Hello and welcome along to coverage of round 2 of the DGFX Endurance Series here on RacespotTV. Myself, Paul Smith, joined by Alvin Nieves with Hugo Lewis on the cameras. The motorsport industry is smaller than most think. As technology evolves, the cross between real motorsport and virtual motorsport is becoming more noticeable. iRacing has allowed numerous active and retired professional racers from across the world to become close friends not only with other professional drivers but with fans and amateurs. To us at DGFX, Andy Morgan was one of these people. A former rally co-driver of 25 years from club level to the WRC and a well-known member within the iRacing community. Andy competed in DGFX for multiple seasons and has always showed sportsmanship and great driving while on the track. Forex Racing, the team in which Andy founded, is currently participating in DGFX and racing today. It is with heavy hearts that we inform you Andy has unfortunately passed away earlier this week. He'll be remembered by everyone as a talented driver, livery designer, competitor and a true gentleman both on and off the track. To honour Andy, all of the cars in today's race will have black mirrors, window banners and rear wings. Andy's classic line of "Old Guys Rule" is also on the window banner, and RIP Andy Morgan on the rear wing. DGFX participants will be doing a silent lap in honour of Andy, with his Forex Racing team leading the way. DGFX organisers and competitors send their deepest condolences and prayers to Andy's family and friends during this difficult time. We hope the rally stages in the clouds will keeps you with your passion and love of racing. Rest in peace. Race in peace. We will miss you, our dear friend.
We're all looking to bring as much of the real world into sim racing as we possibly can. Our SimCraft Tilt and Pro Sim Racing pedal sets are here to elevate your rig, improve your consistency into and through the corners, and give you the ability to dial in your perfect pedal feel. Put your feet on the same pedals the pros use. From the braking zone to corner exit, get the most out of every corner with SimCraft.
Well, after 6 hours of Sebring last time out, the DGFX Endurance Series heads on over to Northamptonshire and the Silverstone Historic Circuit. What a race we have got for you today. 4 hours of endurance racing here on iRacing Live and RacespotTV. My name is Paul Smith. Alongside me is Alvin Nieves with Hugo Lewis on the cameras for us today. And, well, we're just getting ready for the start of this race, just finishing off the qualifying after that touching honour to Andy Morgan there. And looking at the last time out, the results from last time, and it was Simatok Esports who won the prototype division ahead of Fusion Racing, with racingcommunity.de Fire in third place in your prototype, so they're leading that prototype championship. In your GT cars, it is Blackadder Motorsports who lead that one, number 66. AOD Racing in second place, with CMRC.de Melon in third. The GTC, these are just the top three from the results last time out. CMRC.de Lemon ended up winning that one ahead of Blerland SimSport in second place. SimRC.de Kiwi in third place, so a good result for SimRC.de. And well, Alvin, you were there for the first round of the championship. 6 hours of Sebring is always tough, but Silverstone historic. We don't often see people racing championships around here. It's got its own unique challenges.
It does, Paul, and you know, one of the main challenges that we're going to have in here today, compared to the Grand Prix layout that we have here in iRacing, this historic layout, it's a lot faster. If you think once they get out of, if we take the whole layout out of Vale into Club, essentially for the prototypes, it will be pretty much full throttle, so it will be a really challenge here for everybody, especially once they start coming into traffic. One thing to note though, that part of turn 10, race control will be looking really closely because they have advised all drivers that if you go outside of the track limits, you will be penalized.
Yeah, they're going to be looking definitely, but here is the starting grid then. Starting off with your prototypes, and it is Pure Racing Team, LMP on pole position, and that one just 0.3 of a second faster than Fusion Racing in second. Blackadder Motorsport in third in the 168, with Simatok Esport number 1 in fourth. Fifth place, Simatok Esports number 2 car with German Sim Racing.de 6th, NAB Racing 7th, and Berlin Simsport rounding out row number 4. Row 5 then, GT Temple Racing and Scuderia Nordschleifer. So that is the prototypes. The rest of your prototype field will be running through your screen right now. And some really good big names there. Interesting to note, Race Control have said that the 92 car must start from the back of the prototype field for track limit infringement. In your GT class, it is SimRC.de Strawberry on pole position ahead of Fusion Black in second. Row 2 is F4H Motorsport ahead of Delta 49 Motorsports. SimRC.de Melon and TNT Racing Gold round out that row of the grid, with P1 Sim Racing and Blackadder Motorsport there in that place. And then as you go through the grid, you look at the likes of Top Freak Racing, the Blackadder Motorsports team, Samba Racing team. I remember commentating on them in the Gathering of Tweakers, that's the one. That's what we remember them from. And well, your Porsche 911, so your GTC class, it is Aggie Motorsports Blue in first place, with SimRC.de Kiwi in second place, SimRC.de Lemon in third, and GTN Racing in fourth. Berlin Simsport fifth, with Louis Racing in sixth. War Dogs and Probatum Racing Academy rounding out them, and then the rest of the field up on screen. Alvin, we've got a warm-up lap here, and everyone just getting themselves set for the start of this race. It's going to be a tough race, as we say, 4 hours, but at least it's a nice wide track for the drivers.
And it is, and for a track like Silverstone, considering the history that it has, it still kind of retains that fast flowing nature of the track, even without its iterations throughout the years. Even if we think to the newest layout, yeah, it may seem like it may have broken out that flow, but it doesn't. It kind of still maintains the whole flow overall. So this is straight layout. This is how pretty much it all started. Really fast, pretty much most of the time full throttle. Yes, there will be some high-speed corners here, especially the two places that I'm really looking at the most, of course, turn 1 and turn 7 Stowe.
Yeah, absolutely. The prototype's just headed into Stowe Corner right now, and the thing is, you've got that long hanger straight after Beckett's, and Beckett's and Chapel, and you come round Stowe Corner, and Club Corner, they changed this version of Club Corner was last used in Formula 1 in 1993. They went and added the extra 90-degree left-hander at Vale, actually. This is just going through now. So that's one of the little changes there. So it makes it a little bit more high speed heading into Club. It makes it a really tricky corner to carry that speed all the way through there. It's off camber, is that corner as well. You can run it out wide, but as you say, track limits is going to be an issue around there. And then Abbey, which they're coming up to now, that's another corner that was changed back in 1994 after the tragic events of Imola. They added a chicane there, but this layout, we're not using that chicane, so they're going to be pretty much flat out, especially the prototypes, flat out through there into bridge, which is a daunting corner at the best of times. But when they're going to be doing these speeds, it really is going to be something else, Alvin.
Yeah, definitely. And this turn here, the bridge is really gonna be the challenge, because usually we see the cars, as you said, once they come into the Abbey chicane, that really kind of restrains the speed that they go into the bridge. But now with all the speed that they're gonna be carrying pretty much from Vale Club all the way down to the bridge, it's gonna be really interesting if somebody tries to set up an overtake going into bridge.
Okay, so the drivers are all set for this one then. We have got 4 hours on the clock. Pure Racing team on pole position. They're controlling the field now. The pace car, the iRacing pace car, is going to turn off to the right there, driver's right, and then it's all going to be under the control of Pure Racing team. They've got to go in the acceleration zone, which is just there, and away they go now. And this is going to be 4 hours of Silverstone in the GGFX Endurance Championship. And look at that start already. Pure Racing team getting the jump on Fusion. It's a head into turn number 1 now. Through that turn they go. Everyone working their way through. Your GTs now, your GT class, they're getting away, and it's going to be Simon D Strawberry getting the good jump there. Hopefully everyone can make their way through. It's a tricky corner as Woodcote. You think it's quite fast, but you can have issues there at the start of the race. Luckily so far everybody behaving themselves. Your GTC field now is just coming around to that acceleration zone, and they're going away now. They're starting this race, and it's a big jump from Aggie Motorsport Blue. Corbin in the wheel there, down into turn number 1. They're all heading through there now. Hopefully everyone gets through safely, which it appears they do. So a relatively clean start then. Very little in terms of any contact or anything like that. Everybody well behaved, and your prototypes already coming through bridge. That just tells you how much they split themselves up at the start of the race and really control themselves. But as I say, going into the end of the first lap already, it's only about a 1.5-minute lap here, Alvin, so the laps are going to come thick and fast.
Laps are gonna go really fast indeed, and when you consider, especially for these prototypes, with the amount of downforce that they produce at this track, it's really gonna benefit this class especially. You have to consider that it's really the high-speed nature of this track, and for these cars, with the downforce that they will be producing, it will be pretty much flat out for most of the track. And I think we should give it like 2-3 more laps, and that's where we're gonna see the dance with multi-class traffic.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty quick as the mix-up with multi-class traffic involved in this one. You're looking at about a 1:42 lap for your GTC field, so they're going to be pretty quick involved, as your GTCs have finished their first lap now as well. Not really much movement going on in your field there. And looking through now, your Porsches, your GTC field, they're coming to the end of their first lap now. And everybody, like I say, just behaving themselves, not pushing too hard, not trying anything on. They realise it's a long race. It really is a long race, is this race. And they're going to have to work hard at this one to be able to get themselves to the end in a good challenge of a good solid position. And Alvin, really, you know, looking at this field, this is my timing screen's just crashed. That's nice on there. I'm running a little bit blind here at the moment, but you know, these prototypes already, Pure Racing team, they're coming towards the end of another lap here. Looking at the time that they've got between them now, it's about 1.3 seconds between them and Fusion Racing in second place, so that's going to be a closely fought battle. Simitok, though, the number 1 car, they've got 2 cars relatively close behind them in Blackadder and also who's that, Simitok number 2 car as well with them. So that's going to be an interesting battle for that final step of the podium. But Pure Racing team at the moment in the front. Oh, as we've got a car off in the background. That was German Sim Racing. They've gone off and getting back on, but unusual place to lose control of the car there on the exit of Beckett. Just caught the grass into Chapel. Luckily there's some gravel there that helps it slow down the car. They're back up and running, but they're towards the back of your prototype field. But really, that prototype class, we're going to have an interesting battle there for third place. Although Simitok are just pulling away slightly from Black Adam Motorsports.
Yeah, they're just pulling just a little bit right now in that battle for what is a P3 in your prototype class. But now a Pure Racing team starting to go just through the back of the Porsche class. It was two Porsches that had a little bit of an incident at lap 1, but still, now this starts to show you how this dynamic it's gonna start working in. I'm pretty sure after the Beckett Chapel, Leonard White, it's gonna cut the other end of the Porsche class, and it's gonna be really interesting, especially on this first lap. One thing we need to note though, full course yellows, they are enforced here on this series, and that can really change and make some really interesting strategies as the race goes on.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. If we get full course cautions, you'll be sure that that they'll be there for take advantage of. And you know, you're going to look at that. If you get a full course caution, so you've got a battle further down in your prototypes actually, and it's a battle, I believe, for about that 6th place, 7th place. It's NAB and Berlin Sim Sport, and also GT Tempo Racing as well. And they're all battling away, as I say, for that 6th place in race. We are going to try sort of jump between the different classes here at the start, Alvin, because there's plenty of action going on all the way through this field. But as you say, the prototypes already working their way through the C car.
Working their way in. I'm pretty sure we got a car off Ricardo De Matteo in the 121 War Dogs off track here and going into bridge. I'm trying to look exactly what happened to them, as they, I think it may have been them trying to. Oh, it was with the leader. I guess they got scared just a little bit with the prototype leaders and decided to go off track, and well, they also kissed the wall.
Yeah, so drama happening here. You look at all this field just working their way through, and the leaders have caught them into Beckett's. Now they should be able to work their way around the outside of teams here, the GTC cars. Now, this is the thing, it's up to the faster car to make their way through safely. So really, it's on the faster driver of the class above to work their way through safely, because really, yeah. You can't expect the GTC cars to just be moving over every corner for the rest of the race now, can you?
That is pretty much an age-old debate that we've had here in multi-class racing, Paul. You know, who is supposed to do what in multi-class racing? What is the responsibility of the faster driver? What is the responsibility of the slower driver? We always say that it is the responsibility of the faster to make sure that the overtake is made as safe as possible, but we also tell the slower drivers to make sure that they are as predictable as possible as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, we're already in the first part of this race, the opening clutches of this race, and Pure Racing Team, they've managed to work their way through that GTC field. So they're on their way, but battle for second place, Fusion Racing, they're under attack from Simitok, no, it's not Simitok Esports, sorry, it's Black Adam Motorsports. So that traffic's mixed things up a little bit at the front of your field, and now it's Black Adam Motorsports battling away with Fusion, trying to use that slipstream, trying to use everything they can to get past the car in front, and already the leaders are catching up to the back of the GT field. So that just shows you the level of the speed comparison between the classes here, and these prototypes, they're say lapping under 1 minute 30, and well, the leaders working their way through. The flash of the headlights from Black Adam Motorsports, they want past that GT car. They've made it past before Stir, and round Stir they go. Going to be interested how that battle works out. Looking back to your GT field, it is SimRC.D Strawberry in the lead of this one. They're about a second and a half ahead of Fusion Black, who are in second. F4H Mudspot, third place at the moment. And TNT Racing, in fourth with SimRC.de. Mellon in fifth, right behind them. Then look behind them, Blackadder Motorsports, number 66, have got the P1 Sim racing team right behind them. That's a battle there for fifth and sixth places as they go through Beckett's. Interesting battles going on in your GT field. Your battle for your race lead in your GTC field, though, is going on right now. Aggie Motorsports Blue. You've got SimRC.de Kiwi involved in this one. You've got a prototype car putting a lap on them here. And it's interesting how these battles sort of mix here, Alvin, because, yeah, you're the faster car. You've got to work your way through, but these cars are involved in their own battle here. They don't want to just let you through. They want to try and use you to break up that battle.
And that is one of the problems that pretty much every class will have in here today. Yes, you are involved in your own battles, but also you have to respect the fact that, yeah, the cars that may be faster or slower, they also have their own battles. So it's a really interesting dynamic that we have in here, you know, where you have the faster and slower cars, how they interact, how they have to acknowledge that, yes, you know, you are fast, but you also have to respect the fact that I got my own thing going on, so I will let you go, but, you know, just hold on for a second. Once we see a clear path, then you can go ahead. The last thing you want is to kind of push the envelope and cause an incident.
Yeah, nobody wants to cause an incident, that's for sure. It's always you know, the last thing you want to do as a racer. And well, going through, and these leaders are still battling away for that GTC field. Oh, you've got a prototype just making its way past. We'll get a little bit close. The third place GTC car has got a little bit of rear wing damage on that one, so that's had a little bit of contact early on in this race. And SimRC.de Kiwi looking left and right, trying to get past at the moment, and not able to get anything done for the time being. It's the complex once again. Through the long right-hander at Luffield. You can take a couple different lines through that corner, Alvin. You can take a really sort of V it off, you know, make it sort of really sharp turn, so give it two apexes, or you can hook the inside line there.
Yeah, and you know that turn, Luffield, it's kind of interesting. And well, before I get to that, I think we got a car off here, number 161. And speaking of all the corners, Luffield, the Peregrine Yellow, the number 161 just was off here, coming into the entrance of Luffield, trying to look exactly what happened. And it looks like trying to get back on the gas, and well, a little bit too much juice, and around it goes. Yeah,
and it's so easily done in this car because it doesn't have any traction control either, Alvin, and no ABS. This car is very much a stripped down basic mechanical machine for these drivers to race in.
Yeah, it is, and you know, for this class, the Porsche 911, I think that's gonna be the biggest challenge. You know, you are in a 4-hour race, and you have no driving aids whatsoever. You have no traction control, you have no ABS, and then to make matters worse, when it comes to downforce, yeah, you have a rear wing, but it doesn't really does any favors to them.
Yeah, certainly doesn't. It gives them some help, that's for sure, but a rear-engined car like this, it's got all its weight at the back. It's the front where you want the grip. So it's going to be really light at the front, and these leaders are still battling it out. They're pulling away slightly from the drivers behind, and they still, through that final corner, taking a little bit of wider line is SimRC, trying to get the run out of the corner, and that's what I was saying. You can hook that 8-side line all the way around, or you can sort of V it off and get the run out of the corner, just to try and get a little bit better run down towards Cops Corner. But at the moment, that 79 car is just stuck there, not able to get back past for the time being. So, Pure Racing Team, once again, now this is where it gets really tricky. They're just coming through to the GTC traffic to put another lap on them, but they've got GT traffic mixed in with that as well. This is where it all gets a little bit confusing, and well, Fusion Racing, they're right there with your race leader. They're trying to get past here. Look at the little slide there on the exit of Luffield from Fusion Racing. Across the line they go once again for another lap. And well, it's all getting a bit tight up front here for your race lead, but Pure Racing team have just managed to get a GT car between themselves and Fusion Racing.
Yeah, and I think that was a little bit of a break there for Pure Racing team, but now from all the places that you really don't want to get any traffic, Beckett's Chapel, Leonard really struggling trying to get through this traffic. That has allowed Neil Andrews to close the gap just a little bit.
Lay down the hanger straight then. Fusion Racing hanging it out to the right hand side, trying to hold on, trying to keep ahead. They certainly do. Trying to work their way through this GT field. And Fusion, they're trying to keep the Pure Racing team there in sight, keep them where they want to see them. They want to be with them all the way through this first stint, because they want to try and just save a little bit of fuel so that they take a quicker pit stop in that first stop. And well, at the moment they're able to well, they've got a couple of GT cars between them, so that battle's just died down a little bit, and it's all about catching traffic at the right point on the track here. And with the complex, it's going to be a little bit more tricky as you go through Bridge, through Brooklyn Priory and Brooklands, and then Lovefield at the end of the lap, as we've got a GTC car going onto pit road at the moment. There was another GTC car just takes to the grass there on the exit of Woodcote to try and keep out the way. And really, it's a question of where do you look, Alvin? We've got a big grid here, 61 cars involved in this race, and it's a question of 61 cars on a track of this length. It's just going to be non-stop now for these drivers. It's just going to be constant, one after the other.
It's going to be non-stop for sure, and for everybody now, it's pretty much, you gotta be on your toes. You gotta make sure that your spotter, your teammates, they are aware of where everybody is on track. And speaking of being on track, I think we got another spinner here in the number 67, AOR Racing. Oh my god, got hit by a prototype there as well.
Oh, that is a huge instant then. And well, it is through Beckett's, I believe. Yes, it is. It's through Beckett's. They got collected by a prototype car. That sent them wide. They held the brakes, just waiting for a gap in the traffic. But as we were saying, it's a busy track, and then bang! Into them goes that prototype. The yellow flag is out. We're going to have a caution here. And well, that is going to neutralise everything here in this race. And well, Alvin, it's the first caution. And it only took us, what, about 20 minutes or so?
Yeah, just a little bit under 17 minutes if we want to go more close to the actual time. But now with this first full course yellow, would be interesting now how things start working, because now you're gonna start thinking about strategy. Are there any teams that are coming into the pits to at least get fuel? I think that this may be one of the races that you may be able to double stint tires, perhaps. But you really have to think about it.
Oh, the leader actually has overtaken the safety car. They're going to have to let that safety car get back in front of them here. It was just coming out of pit road there. They're behind it now. I tell you what, it's a good job that they noticed that, because they could have been in serious trouble if they'd have carried on there. But they're now behind that iRacing roof safety car, and well, it's going to neutralise everything, let everyone go, and there's going to be some wave buys as well, I'm sure of it, in this one. But well, it's certainly going to be an interesting one. So yeah, Alvin, you're an endurance man. You've been involved in many a series and watch endurance racing as well. What's your call here? We're early in the race. Do you make the pit stop, or do you just stay out there and wait until it reaches your natural time for a pit stop?
I think at this point, if I am running towards the lead of the race, I would stay out of the pits. It really makes no sense to try to come into the pits now and try to, especially with the whole field all mixed up. The last thing you want is trying to get in a position, if you are part of the leading group, to get you in a position that then once the green flag drops, then you will have to pretty much navigate throughout the traffic that you have to deal to. If you are towards the back of the field, you know what? It doesn't hurt. Just come into the pits, do your service, and then get out.
This is it. Yeah, you need to look at it, and if you've got any damage as well on a car, now would be a time to get a bit of that repair, even if it's an optional repair on it, just to get some work done on it, fix your car up a bit, get a bit of a service, and not lose a lap, which is what you could potentially do at your first pit stop. So definitely, if you're further down, got involved in shenanigans of some sort, then yeah, as we're getting plenty of wave buys here in this one. And the leader just having to stay to the right hand side to let all those cars that have got the wave buys come on through. And yeah, so this is going to be it. This is when we get to see whether anybody is going to pit here. So Pure Racing Team, we don't imagine that they're going to be pitting right now. They're going to stay out front. They've got a GTC car behind them actually in the queue rather than Fusion Racing. And Pure Racing Team do stay out of the pits, and I would imagine that pretty much everyone else will do the same as well. Looking further down your prototypes just to see if anyone takes the opportunity is able to pit road. We know that one prototype was missing a nose early on. In fact, they're still there on track, and that was the RacingCommunity.de water car. No nose on that car, but staying out of pit road at the moment. So obviously, with the pit lane being closed, they'll have to just wait their turn here. Don't want to pick up a penalty. So that's how we stand at the moment. We'll be able to quickly just run you through your order of your prototypes. As one of the prototypes goes onto the grass actually, so bit unusual that really. But Pure Racing Team LMP in the lead of this race, then with Fusion Racing in second. Third place for Blackadder Motorsport with Simotok Esport in fourth, Simotok Esport number 2 in fifth place, NAB Racing in sixth, with GT Templo Racing in seventh, Chaos Brigade in eighth, Scuderia Nordschleifer in ninth place, and Talk Creek Racing rounding out the top 10 of your field. In your GT class, you've got SimRC.de Strawberry in first place with Fusion Black in second, F4H Motorsports in third with SimRC.de Melon in fourth, TNT Racing Gold fifth, and Blackadder Motorsports in sixth. And then the rest of your GTC field going through: German SimRacing.de, Talk Creek Racing Corkscrew, German SimRacing.de, V Apex Racing Group GT Red, and Delta 49 Motorsports there as well. On to GTC class, and it is Aggie Motorsports Blue in the lead of that class with SimRC.de Kiwi in second. Third place GTN Racing with SimRC.de Lemon in fourth. Millen Sim Sport fifth place with Probatum Racing Academy sixth. Lowy Racing in seventh with German SimRacing.de in eighth place. And the rest of the field down, where the pit lane is going to be closed for one more lap. So what we will do then is we'll head for a quick commercial break, but make sure you stay tuned to the DGFX Racing Round 2 here at the Silverstone Historic Racetrack on iRacing Live and RacespotTV.
actually, really enjoy dirt racing. Feels good to get in the car, and we have, great cars and engines and things at KKR, so it's nice to drive a fast sprint car.
Couple of separate lines developing, three wide action on a turn two. Craig Kinzer, Casey Kane, and Kieran Pittman going at it.
I think the differences between, NASCAR and the sprint races on dirt is just a much different mindset. The way you drive your cars, the setup, the feel you're looking for. I think one of the hardest things to tell as a fan is when you're watching a race, whether it's a NASCAR race, a dirt race, is just what's really going on in the car. With iRacing, you can get the way that the track's changing, which they've done a great job in how the track changes throughout the night or throughout the race, just to try to capture it and let the fans play it and realize, like, man, there's actually a lot going on, and you can't always see that when you watch a race. So I think it's pretty neat. It's, enjoyable for me, but at the end of the day, it's actually much of a simulation, and there's a lot of ways that you can learn from that. And, early on, it was neat to look at the Cup tracks that I was going to, places that I had never been. So I think it kind of gives you a head start leading into a weekend. It's pretty real life, and that's pretty neat.
The NASCAR Beginner Series, powered by iRacing, is the premier NASCAR esports series featuring the cars and tracks from the Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series. The 2016 campaign saw a return to the top of the mountain by Ray Alfalla as a three-time NASCAR World Champion. The march to that championship was not easy, though, despite the fact that Ray Alfalla took home the most points in series history. It just also happened to be the tightest championship fight we had ever seen. These guys are set for the 2017 campaign, and as it has been for the 7 years prior, it is no longer going to be a straight shot to the championship. We are going to see the biggest change in this championship picture in series history, as for the first time ever, there will be a chase for the championship. We're going to go into the Homestead Miami Speedway at the end of the season with the 4 best oval sim racing drivers in the world absolutely tied in the championship. You just got to beat the other 3 guys out and you will become an official NASCAR champion. You're going to get yourself a NASCAR championship ring and, of course, $10,000. These are the iRacing Esport World Championships, the pinnacle of sim racing competition. You can catch it all season long, live coverage on iRacing.com/live.
Welcome back to coverage of round 2 of season 5 of the DGFX Racing Championship. 4 hours of Silverstone here on iRacing Live and RacespotTV. My name is Paul Smith. Alongside me is Alvin Nieves, and we have got 3 hours and 32 minutes remaining in this one, and we're under caution at the moment because of a big incident at the exit of Beckett's, and this is it. This is what we've got to look at the moment, and it is your prototypes at the front of the field. Pure Racing team with Fusion Racing in second. Black and Motorsports are in third place. In your GT class, it is SimRC.de Strawberry first place with Fusion Black in second. SimRC.de Melon in third place, and then the top 3 of your GTCs. Aggie Motorsports Blue in first place with SimRC.de Kiwi in second, and in third place GTN Racing. And We're sorting out this field at the moment behind the pace car. And, well, don't forget, live timing and scoring is available here. You just make sure you go and check out RacespotTV/timing. And, you know, it's a fantastic service. If we're not seeing the car that you want to have a look at, then make sure you check that out. It not only tells you the positions of the cars, it tells you the lap times, tells you the stint lengths, how many pit stops they've had. It also shows you at the top of the screen if anybody's entered the pits or left the pits, or even a driver change. And well, we've had a few pit stops. The Delta 49 Motorsports car, the Roadmasters Green, Team ISDT rig share, Team Vikings, Monarch, HBD, F4H Motorsports, at racingcommunity.de Water. They're the ones that we saw without the nose cone on their prototype car. And a few others as well, Blackadder Motorsports, Team Viking, WR Racing B, and Blackadder Motorsports numbers 167. All have been in the pits. Well, still behind the pace car at the moment. Just waiting for everything to all settle down and get reorganised. And Alvin, these drivers, you know, they're sat there now. What are they doing? What, you know, what they're doing to preserve the cars, preserve the tyres, preserve fuel? What they're doing right now?
Pretty much for most of the teams, you know, it's especially for the cars in the prototype and the GTE class, you have the fuel map that you can turn out all the way to the lowest setting possible, so you can start saving as much fuel as you can. Now you start. Now is the time when the teams really start thinking about, okay, so this is the first caution. Are there any other cautions that may be coming throughout the rest of the race? There is that possibility, of course. So, you know, you kind of start working your way backwards, perhaps extending the strategy, especially with fuel. I think most of the teams now that haven't come into the pits, they should be able to go all the way to the hour, because all the classes, the prototypes, the GTE and the GTC field in here today, they are all capped to pretty much to around the 50-minute mark. So the teams that haven't come into the pits, now they should be able to get comfortably into the hour.
Yeah, certainly should be able to. And well, heading down the hangar straight, we will be having the pace car pull in at the end of this lap, so we'll be going racing in about half a lap's time. And well, Silverstone, it's using the historic layout, and I had the pleasure of my first ever visit to Silverstone was back in 1995, watching the Saturday qualifying, and got to see the spectacular sight of Jean Alesi in his Ferrari, the last of the V12 Ferraris no less, going into Beckett's absolutely flat out with sparks flying. And it was 11-year-old me just absolutely fell in love with motorsport at that time, even more so than I already was. So I've been to Silverstone a couple of times. I went to see the practice for the World Endurance Championship this year, so definitely yeah, it's an iconic venue, it's a historic venue. Of course, the host of the first ever Formula One World Championship event as well. So yeah, it's a venue that, you know, is close to British motorsport fans' hearts, and pretty much everyone around the world knows all about Silverstone now. And
you know, for all the tracks, you know, that are all over the world, yes, Silverstone is one of those tracks that you know, you think about Silverstone and you think of all the classic races that we've had here throughout the years in real life. You know, you think you talk about the 1995 race, and one of the races that comes to mind right now to me was the 1999 British Grand Prix, or yeah, it was the 1999 where Michael Schumacher, I guess it had a brake failure or something going into Stowe, and he broke his leg, and that pretty much cost him what could have been an 8th championship, perhaps.
Yeah, possibly. Well, we're getting ready for a start then. They're in the acceleration zone. Right about now, they'll be getting going. Pure Racing Team, the green flag is out, so they're going to go racing once again. Pure Racing Team in the lead. They didn't get a good start here, and here comes Fusion then to the left, looking to the outside of Copse Corner, into Copse Corner once again now, lap 17 of this race, and they've got a great run through Copse and Fusion in towards Maggots. Beckett is side by side, and Pure Racing Team got off into the grass. It's very bumpy and you can lose control there and then lose another position down to third place behind Blackadder Motorsports now, Alvin. Disaster for Pure Racing Team. Absolute heaven there for Fusion Racing as they head down the hangar straight once again. Pure Racing Team wanted to make that move straight away into Stowe Corner and not able to make a move for the time being, although they are still trying their best. By the way, in your GT class, it is SimRC.de in the lead of that one ahead of Fusion Black, so both Fusion teams involved well, and third place is SimRC.de Melon, I believe it is. Yes, it is. That's good, my eyes aren't deceiving me. And in your GCC class, it is still Aggie Motorsports Blue in the lead of that one ahead of SimRC.de Kiwi. I'll get there eventually, with GTN Racing in third place. And well, Alvin, that start from Pure Racing Team, they got caught napping there, and you know, we're used to cautions in this, and we're used to restarts in the series, and they just looked like they were asleep.
They got napping just a little bit, and then to compound matters even worse, they went into defensive mode into Copse, so they were all the way to the inside. So the least ideal line, they had to take it, and that allowed Fusion to go. What I was really surprised, they went side by side going into Maggots, and well, Leonard Rudd really had to take evasive action now, running into P3. I'm pretty sure he's not happy, and then to make matters worse, on this car, one of the parts that you really don't want to damage is the underside, so really interesting how the car is really handling now.
We've got a couple of black flags as well, speeding on the restart. Dustin Hickman and Peter Smith are the ones that have been flagged up, so that's two straight away. And we'll try and find out the teams for you involved in that one. But really, you know, it's not ideal on a restart to be caught, and it's your leading GTC car. Dustin Hickman, of course, is SimRC.de Strawberry, so that's what a penalty for them. Now Fusion Black, that's Peter Smith, so that's a second place GT car. This is just bizarre, really, that they will be done with that. A couple more have been black flagged as well due to speeding, so live stewarding here, of course, in this series, and well, the stewards are absolutely on the ball with that one, Alvin. They're not taking any prisoners. That is black and white. They were caught speeding.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we also have two more speeding penalties here on the restart. We're gonna well, make that 6 now. So really, race control having their are really busy right there at the moment.
Yeah, certainly they've got the hands full here today, and they're really working hard. Race control, they're keeping busy, and that's something that I'm sure that Alvin is aware of being in race control. But definitely, these guys, they're having to work away, and we thank them for their efforts, because it's not easy being in charge of race control. Anyway.
Well, and speaking of race control, Paul, I think in a couple of weeks you're also going to have your hands full in race control as well. So you're going to get a little bit of an introduction of the virtues of being in race control as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But we'll look at this battle for second place then between Blackadder Motorsports and the 168 and the 71 of Pure Racing Team, our early race leaders. They are only covered by 0.7 of a second at the moment as they go across the line now, so pretty close between those two. Down your field in like the GTs and GCCs, they're all a bit broken up at the moment because they're all mixed in with each other. So really, and there's also a couple of prototypes having to make recovery drives after making pit stops, so they're all mixed in with each other. So really, it's going to be difficult for them. As actually, there's a couple of back markers that the leaders are catching up to now. So they're already starting to feel the effects of traffic after this restart. We are on lap 20 at the moment. It's a 4-hour race, it's a timed race, and don't forget, timing and scoring available, RacespotTV/timing. And here come your leaders through that traffic, and do you know what? Fusion have got held up a little bit there. They're caught up behind the traffic, and here comes Blackadder now. They're going for the lead of this race, heading through Abbey once again. They're leaving Pure Racing Team behind for the timing through Bridge Corner. They're neck and neck here, Blackadder Motorsports with Alex Ellis, and well, the man in front for Fusion, that is Neil Andrews for them. Battling it out for the lead of this race, but it is early on here. We've got plenty of time remaining in this one, so anything can happen yet. And in an endurance race like this, it could come all down to just a simple mistake or a miscalculation of fuel, and that's it, you're done. But this battle for the lead, oh, they're going to go one side either way. Down them, wow, side by side now, in towards Beckett's. Side by side still, and you know what? Blackadder are having to back out of that one because of GT traffic. Absolutely craziness on the restart here. Down the hanger straight, Blackadder, they mean business. They're wanting that lead. Pure Racing Team, they're joining the fun now because of that traffic holding them up with their battling. Oh, into Stoke Corner. Blackadder having to take the long way round, like Ewan McGregor there. Still able to keep alongside, in towards Vale, then Club. Really close battle between these two, Alvin. It's fantastic racing. Really, with the prototypes, you're not used to racing this close. We've got smoke ahead of them. There's been a car have a spin, but they're able to carry on, so no yellow flags here. Through bridge they go, and still not able to get by. Look at this traffic ahead of them, and here comes Pure Racing Team trying to get involved. 3 wide into Brooklands, and still those prototype leaders, they bang wheels. Oh, there's all sorts shenanigans going on here, and somehow everybody still keeps going here, Alvin.
Okay, Paul, I think I'm gonna let you catch your breath just a little bit, because that whole lap, oh my god, Fusion Racing and Blackadder Motorsports going at each other, you know, trying to go 3 wide, splitting the GTs as they try to go at each other, trying to go for the lead. Also, Pure Racing Team trying to get into this battle, but I think and still going here, splitting the GTs, going into oh my god, contact there.
Yeah, and that was almost inevitable, was that Alex Ellis getting around the front of a GTC car. The GTC car wouldn't have seen him because there was a GT car blocking its view, and there was also a GTC car off track as well. And I believe it was the German simracing.de car, the 25, that was involved in that one. So that's had your leaders get split up there, and Blackadder Racing have fallen down to 4th place now in this one. Absolute disaster for them, but Fusion Racing, they will be loving that, but they don't have much time to think about it because Pure Racing Team now are right with them, Alvin.
Yeah, pretty much the good news is that the battle with Blackadder Motorsports is essentially over. The bad news is, well, now you got Pure Racing Team right behind you, and well, that battling that has also allowed the Simatalk Esports #1 with Emmanuel Galliner also joining the party for the battle for the overall lead.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic, and as you say, Simatalk, they're the team that were the winners of the first round of the championship with the #2 car. That's the #1 car that's getting involved in this one. Look at this, 3-4 wide on the exit of Cops. How are they all managing to do this? I do not know, but I tell you what, it worked that time. No, I said that time, but anyway, through Beckett's they go once again. That race lead battle still going on there for the time being. You've got a pretty close battle for the lead of GT class as well between SimRC.de, Melon and TNT Racing Gold, although they've got a prototype working their way through them at the moment. But the leaders, the overall race leaders, just look at that queue of traffic ahead of them. How are they going to work their way around them? With great difficulty and much perseverance, and well. Oh, contact
no.
Pure Racing Team. I tell you what, I think the stewards are going to be a bit busier in this one now.
Yeah, I think there may be a little bit more conversations out there in race control, but definitely those prototypes. And you know, we've talked about this track and this layout, how the high-speed nature of this track kind of, in a way, kind of makes things a little bit worse because, especially for the prototypes, they can go pretty much full throttle. The GTs, I think they can kind of borderline go kind of full throttle, maybe lift just a little bit, but definitely the speed that they can carry is high. And when you combine all those things into this track, and well, yeah, it is really high speed, and I think we've seen way too many examples of when, you know, sometimes you need a little bit of patience instead of trying to battle it. It's especially when it's not even 1 hour into the race.
Well, this is it, you know, this is the nature of endurance racing. You're going to be having this going on, all that, and, well, the thing is, these drivers, they all know what it's like to race endurance racing. They've all done multiple endurance championships. They know what the deal is here. You know, they all know what's expected of them. As you say, just have that little bit of patience. Just wait. Just take it easy. You know, you don't have to race like your backside is on fire. You can just take it easy, wait it out. Sometimes the strategy calls will actually work in your favour. By the way, we've got a battle still for the race lead of GTC class. That's the Adgate Motorsports Blue and SimRC.de Kiwi. They're still battling away. They've got prototypes and we've got a yellow flag. The one incident has happened there, Alvin. I don't know if you've seen it, but we've obviously had an incident happen here. And
I think it may be with car number 172, the 10 Vikings Midgar. I'm trying to get a replay to see exactly what happened here. Trying to go back because you know, with all the action that has been happening, pretty much, you know, it's been really hard to try to keep up with the whole field, especially with that show that we were pretty much everybody enjoyed with the prototypes.
I found what happened here. So they were making their way past a GTC car, and the GTC car just seems to drift right into them. They've hit the wall hard. Let's see who that is. It's the SimRC.de Lemon car that's then made contact. In fact, that's your team that's in 4th place in class. They've made contact with them. They've left them in the wall there, and well, that's it. Team Vikings, they're in the pits, and well, we've got enough for caution now.
Yep. Now our caution, so now our moment to catch our breaths here again. And I think this time, unlike the other caution, I think this time we will see all the teams that didn't come into the pits, they will come into the pits, because now we're starting kind of getting close to that 1 hour mark. Yeah, we are still we still have 13 minutes to go before we get into our. But I think this is a good thing for everybody that didn't come into the pits during the first full course yellow to do it now. Now the question is, tires or no tires?
Well, I mean, you look at the conditions here today. It is clear skies, 65 degrees track temperature, air temperature, sorry, 95 degrees track temperature. So it's a little bit warm, is that track at the moment.
Okay,
These
so
cars...
you're telling me a clear day at Silverstone?
Yes. Yes, I know. Okay. It's hard to believe there. The wind's coming out the north 6 miles per hour, so the winds won't really come into effect here much. But track temperature is what really does the damage to these cars. It's what, you know, really affects the cars most. I mean, you look at that. So if you put it into metric there, that's 18 degrees air temperature, which is about right for a summer's day. We're in autumn now in the UK, but you know, for a summer's day, that's about right for Silverstone. But 35 degrees track temperature. The track's a little bit warm. It's not the warmest it could be, but it's a little bit warm. So would you take the pit stop and do the tyres, or do you just go fuel only, double stint, and then go for your tyres at the middle stop?
It's a really interesting proposition, I do have to say, but especially with those leading prototypes, what's the call that you want to make? You know, you want to outsmart the other teammate, you want to be in front, so tires or no tires. I will say, given the action and how things have been going, I think you need to take tires, because if you're gonna be dealing with traffic all day, the best thing you can do is have the best tires underneath your car.
Okay, well, they're currently waving guys around at the moment, getting some of your GTs and GTC class back onto lead lap, and we're going to be extending this caution for a little while. So what we'll do is we'll quickly take you through then the running order of this race, and well, in your prototype class it is Fusion Racing leading just ahead of Pure Racing Team, who did lead at the last caution, but now in second place after being caught out by that restart, getting caught napping a little bit. Simotok Esport number 1 in third place with Simotok Esport, the race winner from last time out, in fourth place. Fifth for NAB Racing with GT Temple Racing in sixth. Chaos Brigade, well, it has been chaos so far this early on, in seventh, with German SimRacing.de in 8th place. In your GT class, it is SimRC.de Melon in first place at the moment, although they, I believe, are subject to that, or is it the other? No, it's not them subject to the penalty, because that was the Strawberry team. So SimRC.de Melon in first place with TNT Racing Gold second. Third place in class, it is SimRC.de Strawberry, so even though they've had that penalty, and I believe they have served that penalty as well, in third place with VApex Racing Group GT Red in fourth. Fifth place for Fusion Black, and sixth place for F4H Mudsport. Seventh for Bad Cactus Racing Blue with Graphite Racing in 8th place. Then in your GTC field, it is Aggie Motorsports Blue. They've led all the way from the start of this one in that class, ahead of SimRC.de Kiwi. GTN Racing in third place, and then after that it is SimRC.de Lemon with Top Freak Racing Radio in fifth, Berlin Simsport sixth, German SimRacing.de the number 25 car in seventh, and Probatum Racing Academy rounding out the top 8 of your GTC field. So that's how things stand at the moment with those. We're going to be under caution just a little while yet, so what we will do then is we will take you side by side for just for a moment, just while we let everything just pan out, and then we will see whether there are any pit stops in this one. You are watching the second round of Season 5 of the DGFX Racing Championship here on iRacing Live on RacespotTV. We'll be right back.
When I was 16 years old, I was working in a Goodyear tire store, and my boss actually built an old dirt car, street stock Monte Carlo. Went with him one night, fell in love with it. It was a hell of a race, hell of a party, and a big fight afterwards. I was like, this is it. This is it for me. It wasn't long after that, I was driving an old 78 Camaro out of the weeds at that guy's farm. We pulled that thing out and made a race car out of it, and away we went. You know, I think a driver has more to do with the equation going back and racing dirt, whether it's a modified, a late model. You can do more with the race car. You know, the harder you drive it, a lot of times, the better it goes. You can crawl up on that wheel and feel like you made the difference at the end of the night. Asphalt car, you can't overdrive them. That was the first thing that I had to learn right off the bat is, oh my gosh, I've got to discipline myself, not overdrive this thing, and that's how you get the most out of it. Truth be told, communicating the right information to your crew and your crew chief so they can do their job and make their appropriate adjustments for you to go faster and do your job is probably 90% of the game in our world. I've always loved late models. You know, my dream was to be a late model driver driving for a living across the country like Daryl and Don do that drive for me. I mean, that was, truth be told, that was my dream, you know. I always wanted a semi. I always wanted a stacker trailer with 2 hot rods in it and let's go racing. Let's take off with your buddies and go race and chase that dream. Never in a million years did I think it would turn into a Cup Series, and I actually have an opportunity to own 2 dirt late model teams. When you think of iRacing, you don't think of a video game. It's not. It's way above and beyond any of that. You know, dirt racing changes so much. The track changes so much. Being able to capture that, to experience all those details that surround dirt racing and make dirt racing what it is what makes iRacing so cool, because they did nail all of that. I knew when they came to our shop and scanned cars and went to the detail of getting that car right, I knew that it was going to be over the top, because it blew my mind just the work that went into making sure the car itself was legit. This sport has been around a long time. The competition can't be replaced, and that's what brings people back to the racetrack week in and week out.
Hi guys, I'm Scott Speed, driver of this amazing Volkswagen Beetle GRC car. I got good news for the iRacing fam. We got this coming in. I'm currently working on it myself personally to make sure that it is as accurate as possible. With the addition of dirt and now this mean car, it is gonna be so fun. And it's gonna be available free to all the iRacing members. Personally, I can't wait to get out there and race you guys on it.
Welcome back to live coverage of the DGFX Racing Endurance Series here on RacespotTV and iRacing Live. Well, what an intriguing first part of the race. We're coming up to the hour mark here in this one. It's Paul Smith, by the way, alongside Alvin Nieves, with Hugo Lewis on the cameras and graphics. And, well, just while we've got a moment, we'd just like to thank a couple of our partners that are helping us bring this broadcast to you. First of all, Istvan Balor with his track camera for Goal Rays. Make sure you check him out if you want to have camera packs like we do on our broadcasts. Also from Andwern Designs, the official graphic partners of RacespotTV. And also Simon Grossman for the overlay animations from Apgeneer and their ATivo product, which is the official graphics engine of our broadcast. So make sure you check that out. And also don't forget RacespotTV/timing for all your live timing needs in this one. And well, Alvin, first hour of the race is pretty much over with, and we've had a bit of drama in this one.
Definitely, especially after the restart for the first full course yellow. That battle that we saw from Black Adam Motorsports, Fusion Racing, and also Pure Racing Team, you know, they were battling traffic, they were splitting traffic, they were going at each other, and yeah, well, you know, sometimes push a bit too much, and well, sometimes you have to pay the consequences.
Well, we're going to be getting set for green flag racing this time by. The lights are out on that iRacing pace car. We're going to be all set for green flag racing, and well, it's a question of how much green flag racing we'll get. Interested to see that the leaders did not pit. So Fusion Racing and Simitok, they did not pit at all. But a couple others did though, so in fact, no, if you look at, yeah, a couple others, Pure Racing Team did, so they took the chance. But here we go then. Will Fusion Racing get caught out like Pure Racing Team did last time? Green flag is out. Away we go then for the next part of this race then. A Fusion Racing, good start, good restart. Look at that, 3 wide behind them, further back. And it's Simitok involved in that one. The number 2 car, our race winners from the first round. They're involved with Team ISDC, Rigshare, and also NAB Racing. In fact, the Team ISDC Rigshare have just dropped back and into the pictures of GT Temple Racing. So that's on the restart for them. On your GT field already, you have got Fusion Black still out front of that field, with Graphite Racing in second, Black Adam Motorsports in third place in that group, and then your GTC class in CRC.de Lemon in first with, well, I was about to say Berlin Simsport, but it's not, it's Probatum Racing in second place, and then Berlin Simsport in third with the Roadbusters right behind them, just about to put a lap on them, but Peregrine Yellow in fourth place in class, so bit mixed up, got there in the end, but well, Alvin, looking at this field, it's given them a chance to compress, so it's just meant that everyone could just get a breath, not have to worry about cars coming through to put laps on them or having to make their way through traffic. And it just gives them a chance to actually just get on with racing with the cars that they're battling with at the moment.
Well, you mentioned trying to catch your breath here, but I'm pretty sure that in 4 or 5 laps that's really not gonna be the case, because the way the prototypes are racing in here today, you know, they are really fast in here today, and just the whole interaction that we have with fast lower cars. This is a really interesting race, and especially for the pros, you know, they have to be really careful. One thing that we noticed during the last caution, I thought that pretty much all the teams had to come into the pits. I think that was the optimal strategy, and some of the teams decided to stay out. Fusion Racing, Simitok Esports, and well, never mind, we got another full course yellow.
Yeah, we certainly do. We'll try and find out who that was this time.
I think I got in here the number 182, the Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew into Bridge and Priori. Let's see exactly what happened to them. Oh my god, let's say that they just went for a spin cycle a bit, I guess. Yep, there we go.
Right, yeah, well, it'd be good if I could actually find them on my screen at the moment. Top Freak Racing.
They just say 10 out of 10 for landing.
Okay, that good, huh? The 182 you said, didn't you? Oh yeah, they've certainly done a good job of that one, that's for sure. And well, yeah, that's quite an effort. So what happened there? So yeah, so they lost control of the car, went around. Now the problem is it's blind around there, and the next car coming through, Back Cactus Racing Red, absolutely nowhere to go there, and very little that they could do in that one. And yeah, that is a big old shunt there. Around they go, and yeah, that's going to be 2 cars then, pretty much out of this race, but we're under caution yet again. And these drivers, it gets to a point Alvin, where you've been involved in cautions, you're just getting back up racing, and then lo and behold, we get another caution. It's the old Oldville saying, isn't it? Cautions breed cautions, and unfortunately, we've had another one straight away.
Yeah, it is, and you know, like you just mentioned, that is something that usually happens on oval racing cautions, brings cautions. That's something that we really don't see here in road racing, but you know, sometimes that happens. But you know, now thinking about strategy, those cars that decided to stay out under the last full course yellow, I think they're gonna have now a hard time trying to come to terms as to why they didn't come into the through the last cycle of pit stops. So now will be the time to actually come into the pits, and we're gonna see a good mix of traffic once the green flag drops.
Yeah, so the questions are, what happens here? Well, we've had a few driver swaps on my screen here. Well, I don't think the my time screen is working at the moment. But anyway, let's have a look here. So the pits will be closed, of course, at the moment. Hugo. Alvin, it's been a long day today, can you tell?
Yeah, I know.
I think what has taken it out of me is the fact that we, in Racespot Race Day before the World Championship Grand Prix Series, we had an absolutely epic Porsche race. They only had 13 cars in it, but I tell you what, you don't need a big field to have a great racing, and it certainly was great racing. And that the last couple of laps certainly did was something spectacular, that's for sure. I do say you should go and watch that once this race is finished, because it was absolutely fantastic to watch. But yeah, getting back to a point, these drivers they've just got back up and running. They're now under caution again. They'll be turning the fuel mixture as much as possible to not use as much fuel. They'll be using a higher gear and using as little throttle as possible, just to try and save as much fuel as possible. And the question is, will we see any of your leaders into the pits? We see one car, the fourth place car, NAB trying to kid people, but pits aren't open at the moment, are they? So they should be open this time by though.
Well, actually, pits are open for pretty much any cars that actually need to take any emergency service, because we are
that's it.
Over the hour. We are over the hour, so
yeah. We've not had anybody to wave by as well, so we've not had to deal with letting those catch up to the back of the grid. So it's going to be a quick caution here, just a 3-lap caution for you. We'll quickly run through the leaders. I think it's pretty much as it was before. Oh no, there we go. We've got the caution extended a little bit. I thought we were going to get a quick caution, but we're not. But the standings, as you are then. Fusion Racing still in the lead of this one. Simotok Esport number 1 in second place with Simotok Esport number 2 in third place. NAB Racing 4th with GT Tempo Racing in 5th. Chaos Brigade 6th place. I tell you what, Chaos Brigade, they're doing not a bad job here so far. 13th they started, they're up to 6th place in this race. German Sim Racing.de in 7th with 4X Racing HPD. Rounding out the top 8 of that field. And down in your GTC field is Fusion Black in the lead of that one, with Graphite Racing GTE in second. WR Racing B in third place with German Simracing.de in fourth place. Samba Racing Team fifth with Blackadder Motorsports 66 in sixth. The 167 of Blackadder Motorsports is in seventh with SimRC.de Melon in eighth place in class. And then down to your GTC field, where it is SimRC.de Lemon lead of that one. So we have had change at the front, and I would presume then that the race leaders from before have been into pits. In fact, they have. SimRC.de Lemon have not had a pit stop yet. They're in the lead of GTC at the moment with Berlin Simsport 87 in second place. Peregrine Yellow third place. They have made a pit stop, but it was in one of the earlier cautions. They were 17 laps into their stint, along with Bad Cactus Racing Green in third. They both pitted at the same time. Lowy Racing is in 5th place. They've not made a pit stop yet. Then the race lead, the race leaders for long enough at GTC. Aggie Motorsports Blue, they're in 6th place in class, with SimRC.the Kiwi in 7th. Toxic Racing Radion in 8th place in class. Those guys have all pitted in this pit window, this caution window at the moment, and with how much that these guys have had to be behind the safety car at the moment, Alvin, they're really saving a lot of fuel. They could go really deep into their stints, because we're already an hour and 9 minutes into this race.
Yeah, it is, but I think this time by all the prototype cars that haven't come into the pits, they should be coming in now, and I think seeing and nope, not yet.
What do we know? We're just merely commentators of this race.
Well, you know, this is what we do now, so I guess this is why we commentate, and we are not out there being a race engineers, Paul. So yeah, it happens.
Yes, it certainly does. But the thing is, these guys, they've got all the information at hand. We're just seeing the pictures, we're just seeing the timing screens, and we're just trying to work out from what we see as to whether people are going to pit or not. So, yeah, definitely still waiting for this restart, and hopefully, if everything goes right, we should be going green this time by. So, Alvin, you know, what are we expecting? Are we expecting another caution because we've had 2 pretty close, or are we going to get a good period of green flag racing now?
I think it's gonna be really interesting, because once we have all the, well, they just extended the yellow again one more time. So, and from what I heard of racing control, pits should be open next time around. So. I think that's when we're gonna see all the teams that haven't come into the pits. They will actually be coming into the pits. So now that we are just over the hour, I think we're gonna start to see the teams try to settle down just a little bit. I think we're not gonna see that frantic racing that we saw during the first hour. Usually those middle 2 hours of the 4-hour race, not that they are boring, but they are more into, you know, we already went through the first hour, so let's try to settle into a rhythm. Let's try to settle what will be the strategy going through the end of the race. Once we get to the 1 hour mark, that's when things are really getting a little bit interesting, because now you are thinking, okay, when do I come into the pits to do my last stop? And then after that, it's pretty much in the hands of the driver.
Well, this is it. You know, it's all about that strategy, all about working as a team, and these drivers, you know, they've got their teammates in the cars in the session with them. They'll be looking over the data, looking over how the fuel usage is going, what the tyres feel like. You know, so the driver will be giving them feedback as to how the car feels. They'll also be getting feedback from the data as to how much fuel is in the car, what fuel usage they're getting, and basically from that they will be working towards getting pretty much a good sort of strategy towards the end. And it's all about working it out, work out sort of like when you need to pit, when you don't need to pit, and when is the most advantageous to make those pit stops. And right now they we'll have to see whether they come into the pits here, because really those leading prototypes, they've been at the front there and they're staying out once again. Although NAB do come onto pit road here, Alvin.
Yeah, it is a really interesting call why the leaders in the prototype class haven't come into the field. I think the last thing you want is to, well, it's kind of hard, because if you think about it this way, you don't want to be caught trying to dodge traffic once the green flag drops by. So perhaps it will be more advantageous to do it on the green, knowing that all the fuel will go by, and then you will have clear track, and perhaps that will also allow the whole GT and GTC traffic to spread out just a bit more, so it will make it easier for, especially if you are Fusion Racing and Talk Esports, to try to navigate through the traffic. We already saw on the after the green flag from the first full course yellow, what can happen when you think you mix just everybody into the track, and then you really want to race for that lead.
Well, NAB on pit road then, and Pure Racing Team, the 71 car on pit road as well. They're waiting patiently for the queue to pass, because of course in this series you have to wait for the queue to go past to be able to have the pit exit clear, and they're having to wait patiently. And that's the thing, if you do take a pit stop like this, you can end up right at the back of the queue, and away they go then, Pure Racing Team and NAB. NAB have had a change of driver. Gerrit Kortlever now behind the wheel. It was Martin Ewan who was behind the wheel to start with in that one. So they're the only prototype of that lead group to make that pit stop there. So Fusion must be confident of either being able to work that green flag pit stop and help it work through, or they're expecting another caution here.
Well, and there's always that possibility. Although I kind of start thinking, especially for the leading prototypes, when is the right time to come in? We are already through our fourth full course yellow, and they still haven't come into the pits. Your racing team, they have had to come into the pits twice, but I think that had to do more with the fact that when they were racing with Fusion team, I think they had some damage to the underside, so they are trying to get as many repairs as they can and trying to get that car at least into some competitive shape.
Well, the lights are out on the iRacing safety car. Hopefully we can have a bit of racing in between these cautions and get back up and running, because the race that we've had so far has been absolutely excellent here. And well, Fusion Racing, they are leading the group round, and they did a good restart the last time around, and they're heading through now Brooklands corner in towards Luffield. I want to just back off the pace car just a little bit, just to give themselves a little bit of space to be able to go when they want to go. There is a specific zone that the drivers have to restart in here, and wait for the green flag as well. Green flag is in the air. Oh, here we go again for this race. We're into the second hour of this DGFX Endurance Series, round number 2 race. Through turn number 1 once again, and Fusion Racing do get a good start on that one. Fusion Black have got an amazing start. They're way out in front of the lead of GT Field. We've got a bit of contact. We've got a car off at Copse Corner, and it's WR Racing, the B car. Oh, and there's another incident happening with a prototype car and a GTC car, and that's the War Dogs, the 121 car, getting involved. We shouldn't have a yellow flag. They should be able to carry on. They're trying to rejoin the track, but yeah, more incidents involving prototype to GTC contact, and really it was a GT car that caused the initial contact in the first place in that one. But still, well, we're able to carry on going. TimRC.D11 have managed to get a good breakaway at the front of GTC ahead of Peregrine Yellow, is it? Yes, it is, with Berlin Simspot in 3rd place. Fusion Racing already coming through to the end of the lap here. We've got about a second gap at the moment at the front of your field. No yellow flag so far on that restart, so that's good to see here in this one so far. End of another lap then. Lap 36 then. This is the start of Fusion Racing in the lead of that one, Alvin.
Yeah, good thing that after all those incidents, everybody was able to get going pretty much spread us from just another full course yellow. So now we are able to get back to racing. But Neil Andrews and that number 22 Fusion Racing got a good reason and got a just a little bit over 1 second gap over the number 1 Semi-Truck Esports with Emmanuel Galliner, but the sister team for the number 1, the number 2 with David Soranzo just behind her. So I think they may be trying to come up with something to try to get to the lead, but it will take a lot for those 2 Semi-Truck Esport cars to try to get to Neil Andrews.
Yep, certainly it's going to be an issue there. V-Apex Racing Group and WR Racing B, plus WR Racing B got involved in that little shenanigans at turn number 1. They're involved, or they were involved in a little battle earlier on, but they've managed to separate themselves a little bit. But yeah, this battle's going on all the way through this field at the moment, and really, it's this prototypes trying to work their way through that have had pit stops. You've got GT cars trying to work their way through, GTC class cars. So really, it's that cooperation, and that's a strong thing, I think, Alvin, that maybe not seen 100% of. You know, people trying to cooperate, but just not able to cooperate with each other because of all the different shenanigans and different teams all being so tightly classed together.
And that is one thing that I say, you know, it takes lots of respect and cooperation to try to, you know, race with everybody here. Yes, you may be racing for position, or you may be trying to overtake somebody who is slower, or you may be trying to let somebody go who is faster, you know, but the cooperation and respect that has to be there from all the drivers. Yeah, sometimes drivers may lose a little bit of patience and say, well, you know what, just screw this, I'm just gonna go to how I do things. But you know, it requires a lot of discipline for these drivers to try to race with each other.
That does. Your Semi-Truck cars, they're just falling back a little bit from your race lead. I'm hearing contact somewhere in my headphones there. No, nothing that I can't see there, and there's no caution flag coming
Then we
out,
got the number 188 into the front straight, trying to get here number 188 and Berlin Sinford and Back Cactus Racing Green racing here side by side into the start finish line, and well, that's an example of when you don't give enough room to each other.
Yes, that was the Bad Cactus Racing Green and also Berlin Simsport 196 through Woodcut Corner then, and it was just that rear quarter panel into the wall, and well, the 188 has requested a tow, and the Berlin Simsport car has got a lot of damage on it as well. That's trying to make its way through, trying to keep out of everyone's way. So there was contact. My ears did not deceive me, and luckily able to carry on with green flag racing for the time being. And well, looking at your order here, Chaos Brigade, they're pretty close at the moment. Got a good gaggle of cars here. GT Temple Racing, Chaos Brigade, 4X Racing, HBD. What a day it would be to get a good result for them in this race. Through the bridge corner they go once again, and this battle here, it's all over that 4th, 5th and 6th place at the moment, and really that 4th place car is just pulling away a little bit, and that's just going to leave Chaos Brigade and 4X Racing together at the moment. As 4X going to the Chaos Brigade going to pit road for their first pit stop.
Yeah, and I think for those teams that haven't come into the pits now, it's starting to get, you know, it's starting to get really close. Really interesting that the teams that haven't come into the pits, just over an hour 20, and they have been able to stretch that fuel all the way.
If you think about it, we've had what, 3 caution periods now in this race, so they've had plenty of opportunities to be behind the safety car, slow down, save that fuel, and I'm just looking ahead of the leader. We've got some traffic here. P1 Sim Racing and Bad Cactus Racing Blue all trying to get past the GTC classes, and that is like Berlin Simsport the War Dogs as well. Oh, we've got a car off there actually that's just returned to track. That's F4H Motorsport, Stefan Schlacker, back up and running. Is he able to get back up to speed? Yes, he is. So instant for him, the car 17 on the exit of Club Corner. I'm just trying to see what happened there. Oh, it was a GTC car, a little bit of contact. I believe that's the Racing Lions, is it? Or is it? No, it's the Lowy Racing that they made contact with. Yes, it was.
Yeah, and I gotta say the number 17 of F4H Motorsports, not having the best of days. Just before that, they also have an incident with a prototype getting out of chapel. So definitely not the best day for the number 17.
4X up to 4th place now because we've got other cars onto pit road. That's the GT Tempo Racing car. They're onto pit road, so these prototypes now having to make those fuel stops. We've got 2 hours 36 minutes remaining in this one, and well, these guys have managed to push it out this far. This is where you'll be starting to see them. So the question, we've got to keep an eye on your race leader then. Do they come in to make a pit stop, and do they take tyres, which I don't think they should do, to be honest, with the amount of cautions that they've been having. And also, Alvin, we've got to look at this and say, you know, do they change driver, or do they keep Neil Andrews in for Fusion Racing?
Well, you know, that is a question that only Fusion Racing will only have the answer to that. Changing or not changing tires, well, that is something that I think I will incline towards changing the tires now, leaving Neil Andrews for Justin Oreston. I think it may be just a little bit risky because we have seen how just negotiating that traffic, but I think he's really no problem because he's coming into the pits now, and both Simatok Esports stay out.
Yep, so Neil Andrews, race leader, Fusion Racing onto pit road, so they will relinquish the race lead for the time being, and we'll keep an eye on them, see if they able to change driver or change tyres as well in this one. You just look at the amount of traffic here. Like I say, it's completely full grid here. 62 cars that started this race. Well, 61, sorry, that started this race. And, well, Fusion Racing, they're going to change driver. So you would think that this is going to be a full service in Alvin.
Yeah, definitely a full service, and I think it is a smart move because I was going to mention that if you leave Neil Andrews in the car and we get another string of full course yellow, you may be pushing into that driver time limit with Neil Andrews. So I think this is definitely a smart move from the number 22 Fusion Racing. Now, James Grosha into the car.
Yep, change of driver then. Your race leader's got a little bit of clear space at the moment, and really, while you're in clear space, you want to just be out on track, and it's when you reach that traffic that you want to be diving onto pit road. They have got traffic ahead of them, 3 cars. But one of those cars actually going off into the gravel. That is Blackadder Motorsports, the 167. Into the gravel at Brooklands. Able to carry on there, though. And, well, Simatok, the number 1 car, staying out for another lap. So obviously they've been able to do well with the fuel. Sim RC.de Lemon, your race leading out of GTC car. They've had an issue there. We'll have a look at that one, and it is Brooklands once again. Carried a little bit too much speed into the apex of that one at Brooklands there, Alvin, and around the went. Big power slide, 360, and away they go again.
Yeah, away they go. But you know, Paul, the more that I see this race develop in terms of fuel strategy, I'm starting to wonder, you know, sometimes on some tracks, even though you may be able to save fuels under yellow, it may not really be much because there's so much stop and go. But here in Silverstone, it is a totally different story because you spend so much time on the throttle that those full course yellows are definitely, I think that is what it's helping to get these fuel numbers that we are getting in pretty much almost 90 minutes into one stint. And I think, Paul, for a prototype, that is really unheard of.
It is, and well, it's the flow of this track because they've not got those corners like at Abbey with the chicane. Oh, there's a bit of contact.
It's the leader, Simatok, just had contact with Blackadder.
Yeah, they certainly did, that's for sure. In through Priory into Brooklands. Made that contact. Is Simotak going to come onto pit road this time? Yes, they are. The number 1 car onto pit road. So your race leader now onto pit road. So that's going to allow promote his teammates. David Taranto, Simotak Esport number 2 car to race leader. Of course, that's the car that won the last time out in the DGFX Endurance Series at Sebring. 6 hours around Sebring. And I'll tell you what, I'd end up with minus Whitefinger at the end of that race around Sebring because it's a bumpy old track as that one. And David Sostello then.
Well, sorry to interrupt you here, Paul, but here coming into Bridge, we had a little bit of 3 Porsches in the GTC class coming here a little bit. One SimRC.de Kiwi goes off track and tries to rejoin. Well, lots of chaos here with, I think this is Torch Freak Racing, SimRC.de Kiwi, and Peregrine Yellow.
And you know, this is the thing. You know, that we're getting people involved in incidents when they don't need to be. They need to be focusing on sort of keeping clean, keeping out of trouble. And yeah, it was all a bit shenanigans going in there into Bridge, and it was Tilt Freak for sure. And yeah, Bridge corner, and yeah, that was another one into the gravel trap. They're all able to carry on, which is good to see. But there'll certainly be a bit of banged up damage, and round goes Peregrine Yellow on the exit of Beckett's at Chapel Corner. And who did they collect? Please don't say. That's who I think it is. And it's Fusion Black. Fusion Black, who of course were doing well in your they were doing well in the GT class. They're back up and running. They've dropped down now. Well, everything's happening in this one. Simotak number 2 is on pit road, by the way, as well. So everything's just panning out here at the moment. The Road Bastards are in the lead at the moment, actually, of this race. And that is Jan-Philipp Veid at the wheel there. And, well, where do you look? You know, it's pretty impossible to know where to look next for Alvin, because it's just action everywhere. It's fantastic to watch. I'm not so much sure that people will be enjoying actually racing in it.
Well, you know, I'm pretty sure from here on the booth, it's really hard to try to follow the action with so many things going on at the same time. But for the drivers, you know, I don't know if it's kinda enjoyable of a little bit of a nightmare. Here racing with NAB Racing and Simotak Esport number 1 going 3-1 and trying to split a Porsche going into Cups, and now trying to negotiate the Porsche of Torque Freak Racing now coming here into the Beckett complex. It's gonna seem like all good, but now you have the Simotak Esport, NAB Racing, and the Simotak Esport number 2 all in one. Although if my live timing is correct, trying to follow here exactly where they have slotted after all of them did their pit cycles. So we're talking the battle is for P9.
Yeah, 9th place for Simotak number 2. Simotak number 1, by the way, is in 11th place, so got jumped by their teammates in that pit stop. It's obviously a better in-lap or out-lap involved there in that one. As well, heading down towards Abbey once again, the quick left-hander. Oh, look at that! All over the gravel! And into the wall goes NAB Racing, a 108 car. And Gerrit Kortlever, that is a big, big moment. They took to the grass because they thought the GTC car was going to get involved and got caught from behind. And that's a yellow flag. We're going to caution now, Calvin. And this is perfectly timed for the likes of Scuderia Nordschleifer.
It definitely is, I have to say. And you know that was kind of about to happen. I don't know exactly what's going right now in this race. It kind of seems like the anxiety levels in this race are really high, and you know, the drivers just want to go for the move. They just want to do it now. I don't know if it's something with generational, or is it a YOLO thing? I don't know what's going on here. And yeah, you know, this race has been crazy. That's for sure.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm looking at the race control document because we've got access to the race control document to see how it's going. They've got a little bit of catching up to do here. There's been that much happening in this one, Alvin. And I'll tell you what, I think this safety car is going to be a saving grace for them, because it just means that they're able to get together and gather themselves and find out what's happening, as the safety car is now going to pick up your race leader, which is the Roadbusters green.
Yeah, it is, and the race has been really crazy. It kind of going the same way as the first round the 6 hours of Silverstone. Kind of going like the same way somehow. So strategy, it's starting to become really important. We saw that with all the full course hills that we've had. I think this is the 6th or 7th. I really lost count. If anybody can help me with that, I would really appreciate it. But with all those full course hills, the strategies that have been playing out, especially in the prototype field, have been really interesting. We saw 3 teams, the Fusion Racing and the 2 Simatalk Esports, going almost 90 minutes. And Paul, yeah, that is really unheard of on this HPD. We know that the most under, let's say, normal circumstances, the most they can go is pretty much 50 minutes, give or take. But 90 minutes with all these full course yellows, I think that's something I have never seen before.
Well, what we'll do is we'll take stock of what's going on here, as the lap traffic are able to gain a lap back here on your race leaders. There's going to be a few wave bys going on here right now under the safety car. And, let's take stock of your race as it stands at the moment. It is the Roadbusters green in the lead of this one, ahead of RacingCommunity.de Water in second place. Third place, GT Tempo Racing with Pure Racing Team 4th, Chaos Brigade 5th, Fusion Racing 6th. 7th place for Simatalk Esport, the number 2 car, with their teammates in the Simatalk Esport number 1 car in 8th place. In your prototype field. In your GT field, it is Blackadder Motorsport leading this one, number 66 car. They have made a pit stop. They made a pit stop in one of the earlier cautions. Second place is SimRC.de Melon with SimRC.de Strawberry in third. TNT Racing Gold 4th with WR Racing B in 5th. And 6th place, German SimRacing.de, number 111. V-Apex Racing Group rounding out. That will be 7th place. And then in 8th place is Delta 49 Motorsports, the number 47 car, though, not the number 49 car, just to add a little bit of confusion for me. And then finally, for your GTC field, it is Aggie Motorsports Blue. They're back in the lead of that category, ahead of Berlin Simsport number 87 car. Lowy Racing in third, with GTN Racing in fourth, with Top Creek Racing Radio on fifth. SimRC.de Kiwi in sixth. Race for Cat Motorsport Red 7th. Berlin Simsport 194 in 8th place in your field. So what we will do then is, seeing as we've got this safety car and we're waiting for everything to go through and get caught up, we will take a quick break here, but you won't miss the things. We will go side by side with RacespotTV and iRacing Live. You're watching the DGFX Endurance Series, round 2 of season 5, the 4 hours of Silverstone here. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back after these messages.
This is Circuit de la Sarthe, known around the racing world simply as Le Mans. Since 1923, this track in western France has been home to the world's original 24-hour endurance race. Coupled with the likes of the legendary Indianapolis 500 and the Monaco Grand Prix, the 24 Hours of Le Mans is widely regarded as the world's most prestigious endurance race, and it forms a part of motorsport's Triple Crown. The first race was held on the outskirts of Le Mans back in 1906 and was called the French Grand Prix, the first Grand Prix of its kind. It was run on public roads, with one lap of the circuit stretching just over 103 kilometers. Then, in 1922, the secretary of the ACO, Georges Durand, was given 100,000 francs to facilitate and devise a new race for the region. Durand took this as an opportunity to stage something completely unheard of, a 24-hour endurance race that would push the modern race car to its limits, where manufacturers would prove their worth to the world. Durand's original Circuit de la Sarthe stretched 17.2 kilometers and was entirely comprised of public roads. It ventured into the city of Le Mans and stretched to a tight hairpin before venturing on to the 8-kilometer-long Mulsanne Straight. In 1929, the hairpin was bypassed due to safety concerns with expanding town suburbs, and safety was always a thing that changed and progressed the racetrack over the years. In 1932, the track as we know began to take shape. That was prompted by the construction of a new 1.5 kilometer bypass running from the start-finish area to the new entrance of the Mulsanne Straight, the now infamous Tête Rouge corner. This section featured the fast first curve that remains today, and what would later become the location of the famous Dunlop Bridge. Now, back in 1923, it was a field of 33 drivers that competed in the inaugural event, and their average speed, 57 miles an hour. By 1956, the field had increased to 49 cars, and they were running at nearly twice the average speed, at 104 miles an hour. As the cars became quicker and the competition rose, the track continued to evolve. For example, in 1972, the final section of the track was completely reconfigured to bypass the dangerous Maison Blanche kink. This included the addition of the Porsche curves and the revised Ford chicanes to slow the cars on the run from Annage corner to the start-finish line. These features remain today. One of the then traditional aspects of the race was the Le Mans start. Drivers would stand across to the track where the cars were parked, and then at the drop of the French tricolor, they ran to their car, climbed in, fired the engine, engaged first gear, and pulled away in a cloud of exhaust and burned rubber. Not surprisingly, this was discontinued for safety reasons, as drivers would either rush to buckle their seatbelts, or they didn't even bother buckling them at all. Dan Gurney, who together with AJ Foyt won the 1967 race, famously recounted using his knees to steer his Ford GT Mark II on their opening lap at speeds well above 200 miles an hour whilst he fastened his seatbelt. Since 1971, Le Mans has reverted to the more traditional rolling start used throughout endurance racing today. Le Mans will ever be known as the proving ground for car manufacturers and a lifelong dream for drivers. It continues to rank as the pinnacle of endurance racing that inspires similar races to take shape around the world. Things like the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, or the 24 Hours of Spa, or the Rolex 24 at Daytona. But there will only ever be one Le Mans. Experience Le Mans on iRacing.
Welcome back to the 4 hours of Silverstone and the DGFX Endurance Series, season number 5. It's round number 2 here on iRacing Live and RacespotTV. We're just getting set then for the restart of this one, and it is racingcommunity.de Water who are in the lead. They're going to be the ones setting the pace here. JT Temple racing now the number 5 car is up into second place overall. Pure Racing Team, the 71 in third. Getting all set then, and Marcus Volmuth determined to get a quick start. He was right up with the safety car. Green flag, and I think he's been caught a little bit napping there because, well, here comes GT Temple Racing. Catching up behind. We've got a little bit of too wide action further back in the prototypes, and Top Freak Racing and 4X Racing are, well, they're going side by side in towards Cops Corner, able to sort themselves out, heading towards Beckett's then. So Maggots, Beckett's left, right, and then Chapel, which is the left-hander, onto the hanger straight. And, well, so far, so good. Everybody seems to be behaving themselves at the moment and this restart. And, well, everything, you know, we've had the field thinned out a little bit, Alvin, because of a few of these incidents here. But it's not how we want it. In fact, we've got a spinner in Beckett's, and that's German SimRacing.de number 82 car. Number 82 car reversing, keeping out of the way, trying to wait for a gap in the field. But there's no gap there, Alvin, for them to head into before they can make a clean getaway.
Yeah, no gap. I think they should be able to get it to that gap. I think now they should be able to get in, but they had a little bit of an assistance there into that spin, so pretty sure they will not be happy.
Well, I mean, I don't think anybody would be happy with a little bit of assistance around, but interested to see then, the 174 has come through to the front of your field, and we're not really going to see what will happen here in this race until we get into that last sort of hour, even the last half hour, with the way that the cautions have fallen here, and we've got a penalty for speeding on the restart coming out. And yeah, at the moment we're seeing some different leaders coming out at the front of the field, and it's interesting to see how this one will go, Alvin, because early on we saw Pure Racing Team, we saw a few of the others like Simitalk, Fusion Racing as well at the front of this prototype field, and well, because of the amount of cautions we've had, it's mixed up the strategy, and it's really going to make it intriguing towards the end of the race to see who's done what.
It's going to mix the strategy indeed, and you know, speaking of that incident that we just saw with German SimRacing.de, the car that gave it that assistance, the Graphite Racing GTE, they got in an incident, so I'm pretty sure that the German SimRacing.de will be getting the Fernando Alonso Karma chance in the radio.
Battle for, well, actually it's not a battle for the lead of GTC, because Aggie Motorsports Blue have got a nice little gap there. Top Freak Racing in second place, got a bit of damage to their rear wing in GTC field, and well, I think, to be honest, it'd be easy to see the GTC car that doesn't have a bit of damage on it at the moment, because third place, GTN Racing, they've got a bent rear wing as well, so definitely they're getting a bit battered around to these cars, as fourth and fifth in GTC. Rennie Osterkamp late onto the brakes. Naylor went into the back of the Berlin Simsport car, the Anders Christiansen car, the 194. Like I said, this is a battle over fourth place in GTC, and this is it. I've been trying to sort of get, we've been trying to get eyes on other battles in the GTCs and GT fields, but because of all the incidents and because of the cars coming through lapping, we're not really getting that many battles on track at the moment.
And that is the main thing that we are having in here, because of all the different strategies that we are having in here. I think the battles have really split it all the way through the field, so sometimes we don't even, we may not even see a battle on track. It may seem like they are battling for position, but because of how different the strategies are, you really don't know if that is a real battle for position or if there is something going on. Now, you were mentioning the trying to find a Porsche that has no damage, and you know that is one of the advantages that the Porsche has, because it really is not that dependent on the downforce. And as we see two GTEs trying to split the battle here from Berlin Simsport and SimRacing.de 11, but because of the Porsches, they're not really that dependent on downforce. They can take some hits here and there, and they will still be competitive.
I would assume that they'd rather not take the hits here and there. We have got a battle actually in your prototypes at the moment, and that's with Fusion Racing. GT Temple Racing, 3rd and 4th. They're trying their best to work their way through black traffic, and Fusion, they've got Top Freak Racing in front of them. They've also got a couple other prototypes in front of them, GT Temple Racing number 5 and that Team ISDC rig share. So Fusion have got to be careful here, because these are cars they're wanting to put laps on, but they're of a similar pace, so that's making it a little bit doubly difficult really for these guys to put the laps on them, Alvin.
And that is what makes it really interesting, you know, with all these restarts, and now you start mixing the whole fields here and there, and we see a passing of Fusion Racing trying to get in that position from Torque Freak Racing right there, but no, never mind, Torque Freak Racing was just a lap down, my apologies there. But when you mix all these cars and you try to, you're trying to sort out all those strategies, and you're trying to see what works best. This is, I gotta say, it looks beautiful. We having all those prototypes close to each other and trying to do the best they can. But somebody that is getting closer, the number 71 Pure Racing team, they have closed the gap on the leaders. The number 174 advantage right now, 0.6 seconds.
And I can tell you that Pure Racing team have done 3 laps less on their tyres, or at least on the stint, should I say. Don't necessarily know if they took tyres, but definitely on the stint length, they're 3 laps shorter. Don't forget, you can check out live timing. Scoring is available on the RacespotTV/timing. Make sure you can check that out. If you want to keep an eye on your favourite driver or team, then you can do so on there. You'll see all the positions in different cars, the lap times, what the stint lengths are, how many pit stops they've made. As the leader, Pure Racing team, running out wide. They may incur the wrath of the officials, almost making contact there with Racing Community.de Water. But through they go into that race lead, and Lennart Rath, well, it was a bit forceful, maybe pushing the track limits there on the exit of Club Corner, Alvin, because that is something that we have seen mentioned, that the officials taking a very dim view to, using that runoff on the exit of Club Corner.
Well, actually, if you look back at the replay of how the pass started, Pure Racing team was trying to get a look on the outside, but the Racing Community.de Water made a little bit of contact with the number 71, and that actually forced them off track. So it wasn't that the number 71 went off track on purpose to try to set up that move. It was more of a result of a bit of side-by-side contact there. So I think they should be good, but we also have to see what race control has to say.
Well, Simmertok are battling away the number 2 car for that 4th place in class. They're also battling away with Fusion Racing in front of them. They've got GT Temple Racing behind them, Chaos Brigade behind them. Racing Community.de Water have gone back in front then of Pure Racing team. In towards Club Corner, the exit of Stoke Corner actually, it was down the hanger straight, they were side by side, and Stoke Corner around the outside is not the easiest, and that GTC traffic just helping them out there to make that move done.
And that is what you need, what you definitely have to do. Sometimes, yeah, you may not be the fastest, but you also have to be aware of what's going on track, and you really have to use the slow traffic to your advantage. And speaking of using slow traffic to your advantage, Pure Racing team using the slower traffic as a pick there, but German Racing Community.de Water, also trying to do their own move. So this is one part of multi-class racing, using slow cars as a pick, and we see, oh my god, and CMRC.de Porsche just almost ran in front of the Racing Community.de Water, the overall leader, but now the number 71 getting caught on traffic again.
Well, and let's not forget as well that coming soon to iRacing, and I couldn't believe it when I saw it. You've got the LMP1 cars of the Audi and also the Porsche. And the thing is, if you think that these prototypes, the Honda prototypes, are a fast car, wait until you see those cars. They're like rocket ships, and traffic is real. The slower traffic is really going to have to be well, not so much the slower traffic, but the prototypes then really going to have to be careful when they're putting laps on cars.
And you know, that's gonna be something interesting once we have those cars in. And Paul, I gotta say from experience, if you have ever seen an LMP1 car in real life or in sim, you know, it is something that cannot be described. The acceleration that those cars get. You know that a GTE car, it's powerful in itself, and it makes it look like it's on a standstill. So, you know, it's one of those things that it's really amazing. And then the other thing is that the only way that you know that there is actually an LMP1 coming by, it's the headlights, because they are so silent that you don't know that they are just right behind you.
Well, I'll tell you what, I was stood at Silverstone in April, start of April, Friday practice for the World Endurance Championship, stood on the outside of Luffield Corner and watching those prototypes accelerate out of Luffield. And we've got the battle still for your race lead. That's still ongoing, by the way. The acceleration that those cars have with the hybrid system built into those cars, it is just absolute. I cannot compare it to anything that I have seen in motorsport before. It was just that mind-blowing that the acceleration difference between the two, between the GTEs and the LMP1 cars was incredible. But I'll tell you what, this battle for the race lead at the moment, the prototypes, it's still going on, and tell you what, the lap traffic is basically trying their best to get out the way of these leaders, because they're not leaving anything to chance at all. They're just absolutely sending it in and making the slower cars move out their way. But it's all about that long game, and Marcus Volmuth in the lead at the moment for Racing Community.de Water. He's doing a good job of holding that one in front, and Pure Racing Team, they're coming on to pit road. That's a bit early. I say that, they're coming up to the hour. Are they trying to get themselves back onto sync of the pit cycles that they want to run here, Alvin? Or is it a case of a driver coming towards the end of this time?
No, I'm just getting here through race control that they just got a penalty for causing a collision, so definitely not something that they were looking into it, but, you know, those things happen.
Yeah, so black flag causing a collision, and well, that's going to be agonising wait for them there to be sat on pit road there while everybody goes past. So that's Losses' battle for first, but the second place battle, Fusion Racing, they're right up there with Simitok as well. And Simitok trying to put the pressure on Fusion, coming in through Club Corner at the moment. And they're stuck behind a couple of backmarkers, a Blackadder car, I believe, and a GTE car. Going through Abbey Corner, the old fast left-hander. And, well, they're able to, Fusion Racing, able to just pull out that little bit of gap. James Crawshaw on the wheel of that car. And Simitok, well, they're just getting stuck behind that Blackadder Motorsports car. And that's going to allow the GT Temple Racing car to catch up to them here. And, well, the lights are flashing, Alvin. We all know what that means in endurance racing.
Yeah, that means get out of the way. You know, speaking of lights flashing and get out of the way, the Blackadder Motorsports, let's say that he had a light flashing get out of the way moment, and well, let's say that it didn't work, and the car just right behind them, Julia Ogen, the German Sim Racing .de number 72, decided I'm not having any of it, and well, let's say that front with rear contact, and around goes the number 66.
So, there we are, that's what's happening at the moment. Looking through your field, as you say, The Apex Racing up into third place in GT class, and it's interesting that one. Different we've been saying about the different strategies of the prototypes. The GT leaders at the moment are all around sort of 30-31 laps into their stints here. MRC.de Mellon in the lead of GT class, with German SimRacing.de in second with the 111. The V Apex Racing Group GT Red in third place in the car number 33. They've been battling away with Blackadder Motorsports in fourth place in class. That gap has now just pulled out a little bit there between the two of them. Pure Racing Team back up and running, by the way, after serving their penalty. So really, that's battle going on, or it was going on, for third place in GT class, but that one's pretty much separated now. Looking down at your GT class, Aggie Motorsports Blue, they've pulled away here, and they've managed to get an 11.4 second lead over Top Freak Racing Radio in second place. GTN Racing third place in class. They've been sat around in and around that position there, Alvin, and they've not been able to really progress forward that much. The starters in fourth place in class, so up one position on the day, but they're battling the SimRC.de Lemon car, and that's a battle for third place in class again. So we've had a couple of third place battles in class, but really it's all just settling down now. The drivers, Alvin, hopefully, touch wood, I hope I've not given this a
commentator's curse.
Yeah, commentator's curse. We're actually settled down a little bit now. People are starting to get into that rhythm. I think because of those cautions coming one after the other in relatively quick succession, people weren't able to get into that groove of the track, able to get into the swing of things. Now they've found the rhythm, and it's all just calmed down a little bit now on track.
It's definitely calmed down now just a little bit, and you know, the fact that if I look at how many cars we have running right now, we started with 61 and we still have 55, so there's still lots of cars on track. But I think drivers now are starting to, you know, to get to that point that we're pretty much just past halfway now. So they're getting to that point that it's just more trying to get on a rhythm. And well, speaking of rhythm, I think we got a spinner, but they just were able to get back on track. But you know, trying to get into a rhythm, things may happen. And well, another spinner, we got here 49 Motorsports here. So I'm trying to tell people to get into a rhythm, and well, sometimes trying to get into a rhythm may be a little bit harder than what it seems. And
do you want to know some really good news, Alvin? After much furious typing away at the keyboard and working at it hard, my timing screen is working again. So
yes,
we finally got that working again on here. And well, battle for second place in your prototypes now. It's a 4-car battle, really, is this one. You have got Fusion Racing, Simatok Esports, GT Temple Racing, Simatok Esport number 1 car as well, all battling away there, and that is good to see them. So many cars so far into this race. We've gone under the 2-hour mark as TNT Racing Gold have turned sideways on the exit of Abbey Corner, the number 7 car, and I believe they've done that all by themselves going through Abbey. The number 7 car, yeah, got a little wiggle and heavily into the barrier there. Good grief, that was a heavy impact with those tyres. They tried to get going straight away, noticed that there were some cars coming through. They're able to get back up and running now, but I would imagine that they will possibly be heading for the pit road there, Alvin.
And that could have been major, because at the point that they crashed, it's a really fast turn, and fortunately they were able to stay all the way to the left after they crashed, so all the cars that just went by, you know, it was really close, but they were able to just get by.
Battle for second place overall. It's on less than a 2/10 covering the three of them. Going through around the outside, Simatok Esport. Wow, what are they going to do there? They've gone and done it around the outside of Stowe Corner. They've moved up a place, up into third place now, so it's Simatok 2-3 in this race so far. heading in towards Abbey Corner, where we saw that instant for the number 7 car, and GT Temple, they've moved down to 4th place in that battle, and really they've been compromised into Bridge Corner as well, and lost ground there. But I tell you what, Simotok, they're showing some good pace here, some good strategy, and those two cars haven't been really separated much. Oh, a little bit of contact for the number 1 car with a GT car, and thank you very much GT Temple. They're saying, oh, this is our lifeline here, Alvin.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you know they have been racing pretty much throughout the whole race, even though they are teammates. Yes, but you know that it shows the respect that they have. But you know, the last thing you want is for your teammate to take you out, and we saw that on the last race at Silverstone on the final lap with SimRC.de. They took out one of the teammates, and in fact that caused them the win. So I'm pretty sure that for Simotok Esports, they are trying to know that even though they are teammates, when it's a chance to get to race, then you get to race. And trying to look here a bit of seeing some of the stints here, and Racing Community.de Water has been out for almost 35. They are right now on lap 36 on their stint, so pretty sure they should be coming into the pit soon.
Well, Fusion Racing are a team that's on pit road right now. James Crawshaw is going to stay behind the wheel of that car, and they're taking some fuel at the moment, possibly some tyres as well on that one. So they're on pit road. Now, battle for the prototype positions on the podium, they have now settled down. We've got a penalty for Jan-Ritz Carmen. I'm sure we can find out who that is if my screen updates itself here. And well, a 60-second penalty there, stop and hold. And it's always tough when you get a stop and hold of that length, because really in fact that's going to be the Blackadder Motorsports number 168 who gets that penalty, Alvin. So that's a car in our, I believe, T field. Looking through my time screen here. But yeah, any penalties like that though, Alvin, it can be pretty hard to take when you're going along in this type of race.
They are, and then if you think you have to sit into the pits for 60 seconds, it seems like an eternity. Yes, it does take around 60 seconds to do your full service, but knowing that you will be standing there, no service at all, and then what makes it even worse is that after that you can take no service, so you have to come around the track, and it can be really dangerous when you get a penalty like that and you are almost out of fuel, because then you really have to think, what should I do? Well,
they are still out on the track at the moment. In fact, it's a prototype car. I do apologise. It's one of those prototype cars, the Blackadder Motorsport 168 there. So that penalty has come along for them. Simotok, they're battling away still between themselves on track, less than half a second between them. But not really. You won't really see them coming to blows. Although, as you say, that instant in the last round, the SimRC.de cars making contact, it was heartbreak for them there, and it's not what you'd want as teammates. Oh, that Simotok car going into between two GT cars, and well, they possibly breathe in just to make sure that they actually get through there, aren't they?
Definitely making sure that they have to get as much space as they can now for the number 2. Trying to open just a little bit of a gap here, and the only car that he has in front is just another prototype, so it shouldn't be really a problem when it comes to traffic. And trying to look at in terms of traffic, the next car they should be coming in, apart from the number 117, is the number 126. Those are your BTC leaders, and then after that, so for most of the prototype field, it's starting to get a little bit easier because the GTE and GTC field is starting to spread out, so you don't have to deal with those big clusters of cars that we were seeing at the beginning of the race.
Well, two cars that they are going to have to deal with in GTC is you battle for third place. GTN Racing and Jan Dirks and SimRC.de Lemon, René Osterkamp, They are battling away over that final step of the podium in your GTC field, and at the moment they've just got a few cars coming. I say a few cars, they've got another 4 or 5 cars to come through yet on them, and well, that's the difficult point for these cars, for these drivers in these GTC cars or even in the GT cars. You're involved in a battle. You don't want to get held up by having a compromised line into a corner, or being held up because a faster car is making its way through the check up. You want to work with those cars, but also keep with the car that you battle.
It certainly is, and just to give you an update, number 78 right now into the pits. They are the GTE leaders and also the P2 in your GTE class, the 111 German simracing.de. They're also in the pit, so a lot of some strategy here happening. Let's see what the strategy is for them right now. Kind of seems like I think we have a driver swap here for simrc.de Melon. Maximilian Scheider was in the car, and now Patrick Christoph Moser into the car. So for them, I expect them to be full service. Now let's see what the number, what the 111 decides, but it looks like they also gonna go for the full service. So just regular pits here, but simrc.de Melon looks like they take just a little bit less of fuel, 55 seconds, and out of the pits.
Yeah, so both cars actually taking about that 55-second pit stop time for them both as they come out of pit road now, and WR Racing in your prototypes into pit road as well. They're making a pit stop. 5 cars currently, well, 3 cars definitely out of the race and 2 cars stuck on pit road at the moment. So AOD Racing number 67, Toxic Racing Corkscrew number 182, and number 25 German simracing.de. They are all definitely retired from this race. Bad Cactus Racing Red, they've been sat on pit road for the best part of 10 minutes now, as well as the Bad Cactus Racing Green, the GTC entry. They've been sat on pit road for about 8 minutes here on this race. So 5 cars currently definitely not running in the race, but 3 definitely marked as retired from this race here today. And well, everybody's just calmed down now. Yeah, the closest battle on track at the moment is that battle for 3rd place. In fact, it's now 2nd place because Toxic Racing Radio have pulled onto pit road, so it's a battle for 2nd in your GTC. And simrc.de Lemon, they've got to run down the Hanger Straight here. They're going to pull alongside in towards Stoke Corner they go. How late can you be on the brakes? You've got that tighter line here, but plenty of racing room given by GTN Racing. And simrc.de Lemon, they are up a position, up into 2nd place in class, are they?
Yeah, it is, and we also saw on screen the Pure Racing Team number 71 just overtook the Tour Freak Racing Sunset for P number 13. Kind of looks like for Pure Racing Team, you know, I won't say it's been a disastrous race because there's plenty of racing to go, and with the strategy going pretty much all over the place, you really don't know where everybody is standing in terms of strategy. But Pure Racing Team have been pretty much, you know, they started from pole position and they had to go all the way to the back. They were involved in an incident that I think they took some damage to the underside, but they're still out there running, you know, trying to put their laps in and trying to. Speaking of strategy here, finally, Racing Community.de Water, after 40 laps, both cars, Racing Community.de Water and Fire into the pits.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Ludwig Gemmer is getting into that car for the 174, and the 173 has got Dennis Andlauer behind the wheel there, and Ludwig in the 174 gets away in 8th place in class, so they're able to get away now. So interesting to see how that one pans out for them. They were the race leader, and they're now out from 48.7 second pit stop for them in that one. They're now in 8th place. So it's your Simatoc esports cars that are in 1st and 2nd place overall in your prototype class. We'll quickly run through actually your top 8 as they stand at the moment. Obviously this can change with pit stops happening. So Simotok eSport number 2 in the lead, about 2.5 seconds ahead of their number 1 teammate, and then in 3rd place is GT Temple Racing. 4th place Chaos Brigade 16 seconds behind, but they've got German SimRacing.de number 72 in 5th place right behind them, battling away then for that 4th place. 6th place is the Roadbusters Green with NAB Racing in 7th, and Racing Community DE.DE Water, as we saw, into 8th place is German Sim Racing, make the move there on Chaos Brigade up into 4th place overall. And in your prototype class, in your GT class, it is Delta 49 Motorsports number 47 car in the lead of that one, ahead of SimRC.de Strawberry. Samba Racing Team 3rd place with Fusion Black in 4th, German SimRacing.de number 82 in 5th, SimRC.de Melon in 6th, and then 7th place is Blackadder Motorsports, the number 66, and then 8th place is the 111 of German SimRacing.de. And then in your GTC field, in fact, this is changing at the moment because Aggie Motorsports Blue have gone onto pit road. They were in the lead just a few minutes ago, so it is SimRC.de Lemon in the lead of that one at the moment. GTN Racing are in 2nd place. Aggie Motorsports are showing as 3rd place. Oh, they just switched over to 4th place now because Bailey Simsport have just gone past them on the pit road. 5th place SimRC.de Kiwi with Pro Baton Racing Academy in 6th. Aggie Motorsports, so not the blue one, just the normal Aggie Motorsports car, Steve Players in 7th. And in fact, they've moved up a bit because Pro Baton are coming into pit road, and Lowy, we saw them have that little spin. They are in 8th place in class, so that is the field as it stands at the moment. The Chaos Brigade, they were the closest battle on the track, but that's just been separated a little bit by some lap traffic getting involved in that one. So they're just falling behind a little bit behind the German SimRacing.de car. Right, Alvin, what should we have a look at here in this one? SimRC.de Melon, they're pretty close together with the German SimRacing.de car, the number 82 car, for 4th and 5th in GT class.
Yeah, it is, and you know, I think, you know, Paul, I think I may have an idea. How about, you know, I think we haven't had a green flag run, a good long green flag run in a while, so
oh no,
how about we do some fan immersion?
Well, yeah, absolutely, we could do some fan immersion, and what we could do then, who isn't going to come into the pits at the moment? Well, let's go on board then with the 82 car, number 82 car, the German SimRacing.de car, Julian Brewer behind the wheel. They're just going to come to the start of the lap. In fact, just as I say that, they're coming to pit road, so let's not go with them then. Let's go with VAPEX Racing Group. They're just coming through Club Corner now. They're 0.6 of a second behind WR Racing. Shane Norton, will be your driver as we go for a bit of RacespotTV fan immersion. Well, we're back and we've had an incident. It's the number 13 car, Prabatum Racing, going through Abbey Corner. Went a little bit wide, had to check up, and a GT car got involved in that one as well. That was the P1 Sim Racing car of John Paquin. I'm amazed that we haven't had a safety car from that one, because that was a Prabatum car was well and truly stuck in the wall there. And, well, able to stay green though. We've been over about, we were just talking about this, Alvin, whilst we were on board for that, and well, we've had pretty much 40 minutes of green flag racing at the moment here, so we're not doing too bad.
Yeah, definitely not doing bad at all. You know, we had almost 45 minutes of racing, as you said. So now we're starting. Now I think this is where we are starting to really see what is the real stint lengths of most of these cars in here today. Things have gone, you know, smooth for the most part. We've had some incidents here and there in since the drop of the green flag last time around. So things have, you know, things seems like they are going smooth now. We should be getting to a point now where teams should be thinking about coming into the pits, perhaps getting their full service done. We have seen some teams do that, but if my live timing is correct, we are an hour 40 minutes with an hour 40 minutes to go, and I get it from the laps remaining here. We may be looking at around 65 laps to go, and that's assuming that there's no more yellow flags.
That's a strong assumption to make there, Alvin. Yeah, absolutely. We've got an hour and 40 minutes remaining in this one. I do apologise, by the way, we're having a few technical problems with our display graphics here today, so apologies for that. And, well, we're doing our best to bring everything to you. So what we're doing is we're having a look then. So in your field at the moment, Simotok, they battle for the lead actually, even though they are teammates, they still want to be battling away. And well, it is 0.3 of a second between the two of them. And this is over your race lead, going in towards the Stir corner at the end of the hangar straight. Oh no, GT car just getting involved there and trying to keep out the way, but just broke up those two cars a little bit there as Fusion Racing have moved up a position in P number 7 now. And well, we're looking at this, we're looking at strategies, we're getting an idea as to when and where people are pitting. Simotok, the number 1 car, you would imagine, Alvin, then, is going to be the first car onto pit road, because they did actually pit about 5 laps earlier than their teammate.
They certainly do, and we just got a call here from race control for car number 22 for the team manager to report to race control. So, yeah, I think they're going to have some talking to do up there.
Yes, they are, and it may be a few technical problems for the number 22 car, that's for sure. I'm hearing contact, by the way, with somebody, or it may have been a blown engine, but I'm not seeing anything out there. So we'll carry on and keep looking at this. Everything is still green flag racing at the moment, so just while we're just having a few issues with those graphics, we'll go through your top 5 of each class, and it is, in fact, we've had an incident with Top Freak Racing. That is the number 181, and they got involved with 4X Racing. Oh dear, the 160 car had an incident there on Copse Corner. They made the move down the inside, ran it out wide, and they've lost control there because it's like a grasscrete. It's a mixture of grass and concrete in there, and that's it. They've gone around and away they go. They're off there. They're back up and running now, the 160 car, but Top Freak Racing, they are struggling with that one as well. But able to keep going, that's the important thing here, as in fact they're struggling away. They're slow on the exit of Club Corner, so you would imagine They are going to see themselves come onto pit road this time by Al.
It certainly is, and I think I'm starting to see a couple of incidents coming here into Cups, and like you just mentioned, Paul, you know, that mixture, you know, you get the curves and then you get that concrete pad and then you go into the AstroTurf, and these cars, they really don't like to, you know, those sudden transitions, and then when you at the high speed that you are going into Cups, yeah, it could be a little bit of a recipe for disaster, especially for the prototypes, since they run so low. Yeah, they can go into they can really bottom out, and that's when we see the big incidents happen.
Well, it's Top Freak Racing onto pit road. Then they're having to make that pit stop because of the damage involved in their car. The 160 car though is still able to go, so 4X Racing now is still able to go. Top Freak did hit the wall quite heavily on the inside of Cop's Corner. After the runoff after all the grass, so they definitely have that. Jimmy Broadbent getting into behind the wheel of that car, but I have a feeling that Jimmy B is going to be sat in the pit box for a little while here this time, Alvin.
Yeah, he certainly will be, and you know, it's really unfortunate, especially in a race like this. You know, it's a 4-hour race, and the last thing you want is an incident like that to really compromise the whole race in itself. And I got another spinner here coming out of Chapel, the number 196 Berlin Sensor of Mario Slam. It kind of looks like, yeah, maybe a little bit of too much throttle and a little bit of grass coming out of Chapel.
Yeah, I'm just having a look back at that one as well. Yeah, they just carried a little bit too much speed there through the exit of Beckett's into Chapel. It's so easy to do that, and well, around they go. They're back up and running, and they're definitely having issues there, but it's up and running. GT Temple, they're onto pit road now. Alex Sturm getting behind the wheel of that one, so that's your in your prototype class then. So GT Temple, they were in third place, now dropping down as this pit stop phase gets underway, and this is where we're getting to see these strategies, these fuel stop strategies, how it goes along here. And well, Simitok, they are first and second, but 37 laps into the stint for the number 1 car, and well, they are coming through towards the end of the lap. Will they make it onto pit road this time? We're almost at the end of a full green session, part of the race. That'd be fantastic to have full green ones. We've got a couple of penalties coming through as well, Alvin. I don't know if you've been keeping abreast of that for us.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep an eye on penalties here. We got 2 penalties, stop and hold 60s. I don't have exactly who the teams are, so I'm gonna get a look into it, but yeah, those are the penalties those are the last penalties that you really want, those stop and hold 60s. It kind of feels like you are there forever.
Well, I'll tell you what, one of them is the number 8 car, and that number 8 car is Fusion Black. They've been doing well in this race so far, currently showing a 6th place in your GT class. And yeah, they're the ones who have been given that penalty, I believe. And Probatum Racing as well, GTC, they have been given a penalty for avoidable contact. So, or is that the I don't know. That's actually no, it isn't the Fusion Black. Sorry, it's Blackadder Motorsports, number 167. I apologise, reading the information wrong there. They have got the penalty there, and so yes, they've dropping down. And the number 47, that's your 2nd place in class in GT, sorry. And they got involved in a whole manner of shenanigans there.
Yeah, prototype just trying to, just a little bit of no patience and trying to go for the center gap. I'll have to say.
It was the Roadmasters Green there that threw it down the inside. There's a few other cars got involved in that one as well. And, you know, cars scattering out the way. And one of them was Dustin Hickman in the SimRC.de Strawberry car. So that's now your leading GT car. So that was actually a change of position. So they were actually the leading car with the Delta 49 Motorsports car, the number 47.
Yeah, it was, and yeah, just some incidents here and there that we are seeing, but definitely race control have been absolutely busy in here today, especially during the first half of this race with all the full course yellows that have been thrown out so far, and the best was a little bit of contact with the War Dog. So yeah, I think I think they have to slow down or trying to be a little bit more patient, because at this pace I think race control definitely are gonna go hard on them.
Well, I go hard with them. The thing is that they've got that many. I've just had a look at the document. They've got that many incidents that they're looking into. They've got to maybe sort of like find a way of doing those incidents a little bit quicker. I don't like to criticise them because it is a tough job being a live race steward in something like this. So hats off to them for actually doing it. But certainly it's a tough job for them. And they've got to be so quick and come to the correct decision, all the while being as quick as possible.
Yeah, it is, and that is absolutely a tough job, and especially when you are pretty much trying to keep control of these teams in here. And there's been a bit more incidents that we would have wished for, of course, but nevertheless, race control, they do have a job. They do the best they can, and with those many incidents, like you just mentioned, Paul, even though teams want to make sure that you get the right call as soon as possible, you also want to make sure that for race control that they take the time to make sure that all the facts have been stated before actually getting a decision, because the last thing you want is rushing a decision for the sake of trying to clearing the list, and then when you look back at it and you have a discussion post-race with your whole team, then you realize that that there were a couple of steps or facts that were missed, and that call should have been made.
Yeah, absolutely. The Road Bastards are onto pit road at the moment then, so they're going to change driver, you believe. Yes, they are. Jakob Lehman getting into that car now, and they are on pit road. They'll probably get a full service as well. We're coming into the last hour and a half. I can't believe we're into the last hour and a half of the race here now, as the second place Simotok number 1 car right on cue. Must have been about 39-40 laps for that one, and so that just shows you how far these prototypes can go then on one tank of gas.
Yeah, it was. They went pretty much for 37 laps during this thing. So now for the number 1, they're also changing drivers from Julian Rivolo, Emmanuel Galliner getting into the car now and the number 1. So kind of seems to me like Emmanuel Galliner pretty much it's going to finish this race in the number 1 Simotok Esports. I don't think that there should be any other driver swaps, because the last stop should be coming kind of halfway through the race, although, and this could happen, with all the full course yellows that we had during that first hour and a half, it's not out of the question that this could be the last stop.
Well, I mean, hopefully you would imagine that with the race calming down like it has, that everyone's able to get through. You would imagine that there will be another stop. And this is where your teammates really come into this now, where your team manager comes into it as well. They'll be crunching the numbers. They'll be saying, right, we will get to this point of the race with this fuel number. And if we go green flag to the end of the race, then we will have to pit on this stop. This is where you need them to be absolutely on point with their calculations, as we've got a GTC car spinning, and that's Aggie Mudsports Blue at Copse Corner, luckily avoiding the car coming out of pit road there. And you know what, that was a battle between them and SimRC.de Lemon, and there was contact.
Yeah,
So
definitely not what you're looking for, especially in a battle. So that battle pretty much is over for the time being, but the overall leader, the number 2 Simatalk Esports, into the pits as well. Kind of suspect that they're gonna be doing a full service here. Florian Ugeville, he's gonna stay in the car, so should be just the regular service, and 46 seconds into the pits, and away he goes.
And he's got his teammate coming through into turn number 1 now, so 1 lap between them on the pit stops. And, well, they've managed to get a bit of a gap, about a 1.5 second gap between the two of them there in that one. So back up and running, your 2 leaders. The Simatalk really have been showing the good race pace here, Alvin. They didn't qualify right at the front. They qualified 4th and 5th in this one, but they're now back at the front here, and this race pace is showing them well.
You know, this is one thing of endurance racing that perhaps sometimes we don't understand. Yes, we focus something on 1 lap pace. What's the ultimate pace? You know, kind of like Grand Prix racing. We want to know what's the fastest lap that we can do. But in endurance racing, just because the team gets to start in pole position, that doesn't mean that they got that race secret, because there's so many things that can happen throughout the race, and we have seen it with all the full course yellows that we have seen in here today. The strategies can go up and down, so you just have to make sure that no matter where you start, you get in at the drop of the green flag. Just make sure that you take things as patient as you can. Make sure that no mistakes are made. Eventually the race will come to you.
Certainly will come to you.
Oh my God! And the lead and the
wow.
number 1, the number 2, the overall leaders in an incident in the start-finish straight.
Yeah, they certainly are. We'll try and get a replay of that for you. And it was GTN Racing who were doing quite well, actually. And, well, the leader got into the side of a GT car, then had to come across, and they've ended up wiping out the number 36 car. The question is, will that get them a penalty or not? That could be an interesting one for this one here. And, well, Keanu Bushman, he'll be hoping that he can keep that car going. May have a bit of damage on that car, may have to make it to the pits, but yeah, that's certainly not what they would have wanted here today for them. But that is a heart-in-mouth moment for your race leader there.
Yeah, it was definitely one of those moments that you really don't want to have it if you are the leader. But a little bit scary, but still going. The number 1 though, seems like the gap has kind of stabilized in between them, just 1.7 seconds. One thing I did notice though, that number 1 just went just a little bit wide coming out of turn number 10 club, and yeah, they said that's just like that. They went just a little bit over the line, so pretty sure the stewards will have a look.
Yeah, so well, we're heading through, and in towards turn number 1 again goes the race leader. He's got a couple of lap traffic ahead, but it's a GT and prototypes, that shouldn't be too difficult for them. Fusion Racing currently in 3rd place at the moment. They're 24 laps into their stint here, so definitely going to be interesting to see how this one goes for them, because they were up at the front there in the early parts of this race and have been involved in a few little things, and ended up, they're now 13 seconds behind the race leader here in this race. But James Crawshaw doing a good job there behind the wheel, keeping it in 3rd place at the moment. And when you consider that last time out they were 2nd in the race, they're hoping to maybe move forward towards the end of this one, because they may possibly only need 1 more pit stop here.
Yeah, it certainly is, and for Simatalk Esports, number 1 and the number 2. Now this pretty much seems more like a race of trying to guess when it will be the best time to come into the pits. I think if I were Simatalk Esports, I would come as soon as the pit window opens. I will come in. That way, I rest assured that I don't have to come back into the pits, even if another full course yellow comes in.
Yeah, absolutely. you take that pit stop at the earliest opportunity you get when you know that you can make it to the end, and then you're not sort of having the drama of having to do a splash and dash, and then having the possibility of a full course caution coming into it. We've got another penalty coming forward as well on our screen. We'll try and find out who that is involved in that one. But really, interesting to see. We've got a caution out. Now, what has happened here?
Car number 11, they stopped in cups.
Yes, car number 11, they've had drama there. We got problems, as my colleague Cisco would say. And yeah, race for Cat. They've certainly had an issue there, and we'll try and have a look at that one for you.
Oh, and even more trouble under yellow, the number 7 and the number 22 into Stowe.
Well, I could tell you that, well, just to let you know that the number 11 just went straight on at Cop's Corner and couldn't get through. And it was what was involved? You've seen that one. What happened there, Alvin?
Number 7 and the number 22 getting out of Stowe. Number 27 perhaps not noticing that they were under full course yellow and tried to keep the pace just a little bit, spotted and in the middle of the track, and the number 22, James Croshaw, nowhere to go, really unfortunate.
Yeah, so, yeah, the one... so, yeah, so basically what happened was that the 173 car had a bit of a drift then on the exit of the final corner, ended up on the grass there, and ended up collecting the number 11 car. So that's why we got the caution. And then, as you say, all sorts of shenanigans went on under that caution with the number 7 car. We're under caution now, and well, it's time to just take stock of where we are in this one. The race leaders have been gathered by the iRacing roof safety car. They've just made their pit stop, so they know they're going to be at the front of that queue come the restart. So it is Simotok Esport number 2 in first place, with Simotok Esport number 1 in second place. Fusion Racing in third place for them. James Crawshaw doing a good job there, with GT Temple Racing in fourth. RaceCommunity.de Water in fifth, with German SimRacing.de in sixth. Seventh place is the Chaos Brigade, with Roadbusters Green in 8th. Ninth place, RacingCommunity.de Fire, with Scuderia Nordschleifer in 10th place. We'll carry on with the prototype since we haven't got the graphics on screen at the moment. We do apologise about the issues that we've had here with our on-screen graphics, but we'll carry on with this. So 11th place then is Pure Racing Team, Patrick Wolf behind the wheel of that. 12th place, NAB Racing. 13th is Blackadder Motorsports, the 169 car. Unicorn Endurance. 14th with 15th, 4X Racing. David Costello behind the wheel of that one. And then in 16th place, WR Racing, rounding out your prototype field at the front there. In your GTC field, it is SimRC.de Melon, the lead of that one, with SimRC.de Strawberry in second place. German SimRacing.de in third, with Fusion Black in fourth. TNT Racing Gold, fifth place, with Delta 49 Motorsports, number 47 car in sixth place. We saw having issues earlier on. The Apex Racing Group Red in seventh place, Blackadder Motorsports 8th with the 166 car. Samba Racing 9th with Blackadder Motorsports, the number 66 car, rounding out the top 10 of the GT field. And the rest of the GT field at the front there. 11th, F4H Motorsports. 12th is Delta 49 Motorsports, and that is the number 49 car of Dexter Castro. Bad Cactus Racing Blue, Brandon Urgic in 13th place, with 14th WR Racing B. 15th is the 82 car of German SimRacing.de. 16th, Blackadder Motorsports, the number 167 car. And then in 17th in class is Graphite Racing GTE. Then your GTC field, we have got the number 127 Aggie Motorsport, Steve Clays in the lead of that one, ahead of SimRC.de Lemon in second place. Lowy Racing third, with Top Creek Racing Radio in fourth place. Aggie Motorsports Blue with Christoph Brandsetter in fifth place after that low contact at turn number 1. And then sixth place it is GTN Racing. Seventh, SimRC.de Kiwi, Sven Demel behind the wheel of them, with Berlin Sim Sport 194 in 8th. Probatum Racing Academy 9th, with War Dogs 10th. Now the 11th place car is the Race for Cat Motorsports car, but I believe they're going to be out of this race. They're set on pit road and there's nobody there, so they're looking like they're going to be out of this race. 12th place still on timing screen is Peregrine Yellow, with 13th Berlin Sim Sport, 14th Berlin Sim Sport, the 196 car, and 15th place is the Probatum Racing GTC car, with 16th Bad Cactus Racing Green. So that is the GTC field shown told for you there. What we will do is, because we are under caution, we will go for a quick commercial break, and well, make sure you stick with us for the final hour and 15 minutes of this race. You're watching the DGFX Endurance Series round number 2, the 4 hours of Silverstone, here on iRacing Live and RacespotTV. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
It was more than impressive, I have to say. I mean, the track is identical to the real track. I was blown away how realistic it is. Every little bump, every little spray paint, everything is exactly like you're there at the track. It was a great experience.
This is a warm-up lap now. Tires to get warmed up. The engine. Breathe a little bit here when you go through that little bump there. And then it's flat pretty much all the way through here, just about. On braking, this is the slowest part of the track.
And then I've done, I did many races in Formula 3, Formula 2, and then I did the very last race they did there in Group C in 1983 in the 956 Porsche. That's when Beloff got the lap record at the 6:11. I think I was second on the grid with the 6:14 or something, which was, I mean, those cars were awesome around there, of course, like any car is, that speed.
And this is the corner of all corners here, the Schwedenkreuz. Flat all the way into it. And then trail brake all the way into the apex here. And then hard at it again to get good speed down the hill here. Mega fast down this hill here. Just jump from one apex to the next. Gotta be super precise here.
I mean, it's almost exactly like the real thing. So, I mean, it is certainly realistic enough to get past the very, a lot of the initial hurdles you have when you try to learn to drive a race car, So, I mean, I think it's an excellent tool to learn how to race, for sure, or learn to drive a car on a racetrack.
The NASCAR Beginner Series, powered by iRacing, is the premier NASCAR eSports series featuring the cars and tracks from the Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series. The 2016 campaign saw a return to the top of the mountain by Ray Alfalla as a 3-time NASCAR World Champion. The march to that championship was not easy, though, despite the fact that Ray Alfalla took home the most points in series history. It just also happened to be the tightest championship fight we had ever seen. These guys are set for the 2017 campaign, and as it has been for the 7 years prior, it is no longer going to be a straight shot to the championship. We are going to see the biggest change in this championship picture in series history, as for the first time ever, there will be a chase for the championship. We're going to go into the Homestead Miami Speedway at the end of the season with the 4 best oval sim racing drivers in the world absolutely tied in the championship. You just got to beat the other 3 guys out and you will become an official NASCAR champion. You're going to get yourself a NASCAR championship ring and, of course, $10,000. These are the iRacing Esport World Championships, the pinnacle of sim racing competition. You can catch it all season long, live coverage on iRacing.com/live.
We're all looking to bring as much of the real world into sim racing as we possibly can. Our SimCraft Tilton Pro Sim Racing pedal sets are here to elevate your rig, improve your consistency into and through the corners, and give you the ability to dial in your perfect pedal feel. Put your feet on the same pedals the pros use. From the braking zone to corner exit, get the most out of every corner with SimCraft. Welcome back to live coverage of the 4 hours of Silverstone and the DGFX Endurance Series here on RacespotTV and iRacing Live. My name is Paul Smith, alongside me is Alvin Nieves, and we have Hugo Lewis on the cameras here for us today. If you are wanting to keep abreast of everything that's happening here in this race, then you can go to RacespotTV. Well, actually, once we get it all up and running, we're just having a few many issues today, but when we get that all up and running, you'll be able to go to RacespotTV/timing for all your live timing needs. And well, we're headed into the last hour of this race, and it's Simmertalk Esports who are in the 1-2 at the moment in this one behind the pace car. We're going to be going green again, and well,
Here we go. Look at this. Everyone's set for the restart here. And, well, these guys, they're going to be looking to get the jump on the rest of the field here, and they've got quite a gap, actually, back to the next car in prototype class. Wait for that green flag to drop. Away we go then, and oh, the fourth place car got a terrible start there. That was, well, the fourth car on track with a terrible start. Able to get going again though, and luckily the Scuderia Nordschleife car able to carry on, not getting anybody's way. But you have got that battle for first place then, the top three. It is Simitok number 2 in first place, Simitok in number 1 in second place, and then GT Temple are in third place. They have got the car between them, and that's the Racing Community.de fire car. And really, look at this behind though, 4 wide with the prototypes. They maybe have a little bit of traffic involved in that one, but there is a good bit of racing going on. And these guys, they're all trying to sort themselves out at the moment. But Simitok have got the jump there on your third place team. On the exit of corner, just a little bit wide there. But back up and running, that's for sure. The GT leader is the 111 car, German Sim Racing DE, Marcel Egbers in lead of that one. Second place is Delta 49 Motorsports, the number 47 car, Umberto Roca, and that one with V-Apex Racing Group in third place. And then in your GTC field, it is SimRC.de Lemon leader that one, and then it's Top Freak Racing Radio in second, and GTN Racing in third place. This is the top threes in each of your categories. Some of the top cars, they pulled away at the front a little bit, as I believe that's the 4X car just coming out of pit road. Yes, it was running slow, trying to keep out of everyone's way there. But well, looking down the field, there's not really too many battles going on. There's a battle between WR Racing B and German Sim Racing.de. They're all trying to work their way through that traffic at Cops Corner. It's all getting a little bit fraught, a little bit tense back there. This is all over 14th and 13th place in your GT class. Through they go, and well, able to make their way through, but traffic is becoming a big issue once again, as everybody's all just bunched up at the start of this one. And Alvin, it's going to be tough for these drivers just to work their way through and sort themselves out.
We want to talk about how much of a factor traffic can play into. Look into the battle for the GT Elite. They started all close, but because the 47, the 33, and the 166, everybody just behind, they had to clear like 6 or 7 GTC cars. The 111 has been able to open a 15-second gap in just 2 laps.
Okay, yeah, certainly they've done a good job at the front, and everyone else just behaving themselves. A little bit of a change of position here in the GTC field. SimRC.de Kiwi, Sven Demel making his way past Lowy Racing. Tommy Lush behind the wheel. Just dropping down a position there, down to 7th place for them. And a GT car coming through, GT car, but they're able to make a move on them for the time being. So that is them through. SimRC.de Melon, they're pretty close together with Blackadder Motorsports. It's all over 4th place, in fact 5th place, sorry, in your GT field. Less than a 10th of a second between them, and SimRC.de Melon looking to the left, now cutting back to the right. They've got a car behind, and that's the SimRC.de Strawberry car. Battling for that position as well. So they're coming through Beckett. So there's contact in front of them, and that's the WR Racing B car, and also the German Sim Racing.de car, Julian Boer. And well, we'll hopefully be able to bring that to you. But there was a prototype that's coming up behind them, but the two of them just tangled with themselves. They were battling for position, and the replay up on the screen there. And Julian Brewer is still in the grass on the exit of Beckett's. He's now trying to make a move, and that's cost him dearly there, Alvin.
Definitely cost him a lot of time, and you know that is one of the things that you get from restarts here. Yeah, you get the cars all bunched together, but then if you get involved, if you get into a spin, then the amount of time that you have to wait to try to look for a gap to safely rejoin, that's really what makes these restarts a little bit dangerous, because yeah, you are close, so you want to make as many positions as possible, but you also have to make sure that you minimize any possible mistakes, because the slightest mistake, as we just saw on replay, you get caught into a mistake like that and then having to wait for a gap to come back. Well, that's really what makes you lose that much time.
Yeah, so we're heading towards the last hour of this race here, and well, these guys, they're all battling away, trying to make this work. Unicorn Endurance are battling away with Racing Community .de Fire, and also Scuderia Nordschleife, and finally change of position there for them in towards Bridge Corner, and Unicorn have moved ahead with the 173, and Scuderia Nordschleife are also trying to get involved in that one. Still trying to work it out between them, and not able to make the move. Stick then, Scuderia Nordschleife. Those guys in your prototype class working away. They're all fighting it out for 10th place here, Alvin, and this just goes to show that the battling is still going on all the way through your field here.
You know, there is always something to battle for. It doesn't matter where you are on track. You know, you can be battling for the lead, or you can be battling all the way in P10, as you just mentioned, Paul. There's always something to look for, and when you think about it, you are racing for a championship, and there's 5 races, so you are trying to get as many points as you can. Yes, this may be a bad day for some other teams, but you know, sometimes you gotta take those bad days and pretty much try to make as much points as you can.
But they do need to try and make the best of any incidents that have been going on in these races. And well, just want to give a quick mention to sponsors and partners of DGFX, DIYSim.com, Simcraft Company. DIYSim.com is your go-to source for all your sim racing pedals, motion system, motion chassis kits needs. The next evolution of Make It Amazing and Attainable, establishing the sole marketplace for the result of these two pursuits. Combines enthusiasts and DIY types with the most versatile and technically accurate motion simulation technology ever created. And so make sure you check them out. That's DIYSim.com, a Simcraft company. And also, My Opinion and Therefore Fact Racing Podcast. A couple of race fans presenting opinion as fact. F1 and NASCAR with a bit of iRacing added for good measure. Check out motf.com, that's MOATF.com, to check out their podcast, and I'm sure they'll be available in other places as well. So yeah, make sure you check out those supporters of this fantastic championship here, and we're having a fantastic race here in this one. And well, look at the sea of traffic that Unicorn Endurance and Racing Community.de Fire have got to work their way through here. This is worse than the M25 at rush hour. There's a little bit of contact with a prototype and a GTC car, and we've got 2 prototypes round at Club Corner. And the Roadbusters Green are one of them. They're missing the front of their car. We'll try and see what's happened there. They got fired into. They were reacting to the incident that happened in front of them, actually. Bill and SimSpot LMP and Racing Community DE Water were involved in the original incident there. Big drama, Alvin, and that was all at Club Corner. And you know what? That was the coming together between the 2 prototypes, and then it all kicked off with what happened behind.
Yeah, pretty much trying to react to what was happening in front, and well, they just paid the price. But keeping on that battle for P10 between Unicorn Endurance and Racing Community.de Fire, still trying to sort all this traffic. That so far they've been able to get away scot-free, but now trying to hit more traffic here coming into Beckett and now into Chapel.
Race lead battle is on. There's side by side going through Stoke Corner, and that GT car just gonna get in the way there. So even though the teammates, they're battling away for that race lead coming through Club Corner now, they've just been separated that little bit. So we'll go look back at that battle that we were looking at earlier with the Unicorn Racing. Really, it's been a tight one, this one. It's been hectic as the Roadbusters Green come onto pit road, actually, and I'm not surprised after the damage that they got from that incident. Racing Community Fire in that 11th place. They're looking to make that move on Unicorn, and we've got more penalties. I'm sure Alvin will be able to check that out for us and let us know in a moment. As still this battle, Unicorn and well, they're trying their best to keep ahead of that Racing Community.de fire car, and well, they are pushing through. They're trying to make it through to the end of this one, and well, still between them 4/10. That lead battle 3/10, and they're onto the hangar straight. This is where the slipstream can count here as they're heading towards Stoke Corner. The number one car just giving it a little bit of a wiggle, showing his nose into the mirrors of his teammate. He's wanting by here, and these two still battling away, still working hard. And we've got a car round, and that's V Apex Racing Group. The number 33 car has been around, and that is at Bridge Corner. Did it themselves, tagged the grass, got a little bit of a wiggle, back end went round, and well, I think a change of underpants is needed for that team, that's for sure. They definitely didn't enjoy that moment there. The leaders have just separated a little bit, so too is that battle with Unicorn Racing. Justin Hickman in CMRC.de Strawberry, he's still involved in that battle with Blackadder Motorsports for 4th place in your GT field, Alvin.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you know, so the battles that we are seeing right now, these battles we really have to keep an eye for, because we are just 54 minutes left into the race. So now we know that for many of these teams, it's just a battle of...
Oh!
You have to... Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, Racing Community.de Fire, they're around at Woodcote, and in fact, it was contact with the GT car. WR Racing B, I believe it was, they made contact with, and they've hit that Armco barrier on the inside of Woodcote Corner. They've got heavy damage on the front, and the bad thing about that, Alvin, is that they've just gone past pit entry, as we see the replay on screen.
And that is what makes it really the worst scenario possible. You just went past the pit entry, and now you have to go one full lap, pretty much no front end, so trying to keep the car on the track, no downforce at all. Really, Dennis Andlauer, I'm pretty sure he will have his hands full.
Yep, certainly will have his hands full there. He'll have to come onto the pits and see if he can get some work done on that car. There's a lot of front end damage on that car though, so look like no caution flag there. He would have been praying for a caution flag, to be honest. But down now towards turn number 1, Cops Corner. It's that battle for 4th place, and that is between Blackadder Motorsports in your GT field and also SimRC.de Strawberry and Fusion Black are involved in that one as well. So definitely those guys battling away for 4th place in class there. Your lead battle's still going on, and they're actually catching up to this battle, are you two leaders?
Yeah, it certainly is, and trying to keep up with the penalties as they come by. I had 3 penalties that we were under investigation. We got the Chaos Brigade, they're getting a stop and hold 60, as well as the number 6 P1 Sim Racing, they're getting a stop and hold 60, and the number 27 getting stop and hold 60, and we're getting more incidents here that are under investigation.
Yeah, certainly it's going to be a hard time for for race control there, and well, touch wood, everyone, live timing should be working now. If you make sure you check out RacespotTV/timing, that's where you can keep up with everything that's going on in this race, and there's plenty going on in this race here as the number 173 comes onto pit road for a pit stop to fix that damage. And well, here we are then. Leaders again just gapped out a little bit, just under a second between them. They'll have to make one more pit stop here, Alvin, will the leaders, because really they're just going to have to, because of the fact that we've got this green flag racing, they're going to have to make that final stop for a splash and dash here.
And they will have to, you know, I think we're not going to see the same thing that happened towards these at the start of the race, where we saw teams going almost 90 minutes in the stint, but we also have to consider that were so many full course yellows that teams were able to save a lot of fuel. I don't think that's going to happen in here. Still, I think for Silverstone Sports, it was a good call to come into the pits with around 90 minutes to go, just in case that repeated itself. Still, I think they are in a good position to try to win this race. Just come down into the pits one more time, do the service that you need to do, and they should be good to go.
Well, you've got a few of the prototypes have been coming onto pit road then, and Scuderia Nordschleife are onto pit road now. The number 51, that is Philip Nicholas, onto pit road then. They're making their final pit stop of this event. Still this battle going on here for 4th place in your GT field. And these guys, see, this is it. Because of the mix of the cars, the mix of the classes coming through so quickly, it's hard to really keep a track on sort of what the lap times are for these guys, because it's just going to be affected so much by those traffic. We've got a car onto pit road, and that is Blackadder Motorsports 166 from your GT field, so this will probably be their last pit stop as well. Everybody now aiming for that last pit stop. We've got 50 minutes remaining in this event here, Alvin, as Unicorn Endurance now come onto pit road as well, so everyone's making those final pit stops here.
And I think that is a wise call from from all the teams that are coming into the pits, considering how crazy this race has been. There's still the possibility of getting one more full course yellow, and that will really throw this race into a complete chaos when it comes to strategy. All the teams that have been onto pit so far, I think they will be good to go. If a caution comes in, those teams that come into the pits now, I think they will be in the front running for a race win here today.
And well, Fusion Black make a move on Blackadder Motorsports number 66. That's a change of position then, and that is up to 4th place for Fusion Black. Get Paul Searle there behind the wheel, getting the move done down the hanger straight. Able to pull away just a little bit there for the time being. We've got SimRC.D Strawberry ahead of them. And well, let's see what happens here as the race leader onto pit road then. The number 2 car onto pit road for their final pit stop here, Alvin. A little bit early, you would perhaps think, about 21, 22 laps for them. And well, this is it. This is their final stop. Just fuel only, would you think?
I think it's more like we could, yeah. Yeah, it's going into cops. I try to look into that incident right now.
Chaos Brigade.
Chaos Brigade. Causing more chaos, I guess.
Oh dear. Well, they got involved. They got stuck up behind a GTC car, pulled out, didn't see that there was a GT car on the inside. That sent them round, and they're back up and running now. No yellow flag. I tell you what. That would have been the perfect timing for Simatok Sport 2 car to have a yellow flag come out then, because they were on pit road at that time. Looking then through here, and well, we're going through that final pit stop phase. We've gone over 100 laps now in this race. We're on to lap 101 here. The race leader coming around the final corner, and I would imagine they'll be coming onto pit road soon. In fact, it's this lap. So the number 1 car now onto pit road. 1 lap later than the teammate here, Alvin. Will he be able to make the jump here?
I don't think he will be able to make the jump, but still, I still stand behind by my smart strategy for all the teams that are coming into pits right now. I think they are covering from not only coming early into the window. Yeah, it may seem a bit risky, but they are covering just in case another yellow flag comes in, which it is still possible. So trying to cover that scenario, I think it is smart.
Well, the number 2 car is heading around, well, coming around that last corner onto the power. The number 1 car still on pit road, still waiting there, waiting for the final bit of fuel to come in. It's a longer pit stop, 33, 34, 35. There goes the number 2 car. It's a 37-second pit stop compared to 30.8 seconds for the number 2 car. A little bit longer there, so intriguing to see that happening between teammates there. And well, there's a big enough gap. Maybe a race engineer, the team manager, just engineering a bit of gap between them to stop them crashing into each other, perhaps.
There could also be that possibility, or perhaps since we didn't know how much fuel they had to take the last time around, it could have been that also for Julian Dribble in the Simatech Esport number 1, they had to take a little bit more fuel than the Simatech Esport number 2, so there's also that possibility.
Absolutely. GT Temple Racing then, number 5 car in the lead of this one, getting held up behind some traffic here. And well, definitely he'll be wanting to go now as far as they can, possibly to try and hold on to that lead and to try and sort of maybe just get away with that. And good news, as you can probably see, we have sort of thanks a lot to Simon Grossman and Nick Thiessen. They have been working like so hard to get our graphics working, and thankfully we have got those graphics working. We do apologise, by the way, that we have had these technical problems, but yeah, Simon and Nick, they've done a fantastic job in getting those working for us, so thank you very much to those guys. They do so much work for us here at RacespotTV, so it means that we can, at least you can keep a track of everything for the last 45 minutes here. And well, what is going on here? Pure Racing team, they've been on pit road 4 minutes, Alvin. They've had issues. To think they were going for the lead, and they were battling for the lead in the race earlier on.
Yeah, they certainly have been, you know, many of the front running teams that we thought that they had a chance at a winning here today. They've been having issues in some form, in some shape or form. One of the teams that the Pulsar, the Pure Racing team, right now running in P number 14, they've been having a horrible day too, and that is pretty much an understatement when it comes to the number 71. 22, even though with the incidents that they were involved, especially during the last full course yellow, still running in P2, so that's a good recovery drive from them, and going a little bit further down on the field, well, we got the leaders of the GTE coming into the pit, so that's the Delta 49 Motorsport, the number 47, into the pits right now, so that promotes the Blackadder Motorsport, the number 66, into the lead of the race right now, but they will have to come into the pits later. Same for CMRC.TV, Strawberry and Melon, who are running in P2 and P3 in your GTE class. And having a look here at your GTC class, CMRC.de Lemon right now in the lead of the race, but they still have to come into the pits. Aggie Motorsports, which has been the team that has been pretty much the number 126, the team that has been pretty much leading this race right now, running in P number 7. So that's another of those teams that they were looking for to having a strong finish after a good qualifying, and well, running all the way down in P7.
Well, certainly not the best of days for them. They'll have been hoping for a better day of that, and well, looking at this, then they've got about a 15-second lead over GTN Racing in second place. Of SimRC.de Lemon. GTN Racing, they was a pit stop here yet, but I would imagine it'll be one more. And SimRC.de Kiwi, they've been off at Priory, and what on earth has happened there? Oh, that's what's happened there. It is the Chaos Brigade getting into the back of Sven Demel, quite heavily into the back of Sven Demel as well. Around he goes, and it took him an attempt or two to actually get back onto track there. He half lost control of the car as he was coming out of the gravel. Did a full 360, and away he goes again. Sven won't be happy with that because he was pretty much up, and he still is in third place in class, in that GTC class, Alvin.
It certainly is, and in this GTC class, this class has been pretty much going through all battles all race long, and that incident is really no different. We got a battle here for, I think it's P number 4 between the number 194 Berlin Sanford and the number 123 Loy Wee Racing right now on track, trying to have a better look into this battle, coming into getting out of Chapel here into the hangars race. It kind of looks like it's gonna have a clear track in here, but the number 194 trying to break that draft from the number 123, but it looks like going into Stoke. The 123 may have a bit of a look here, but really not much. So the number 194 still keeping in P4.
Yep, certainly 194 keeping hold of that position, but they're looking at Lowy Racing, determined to get past here. They've got some lap traffic behind as well, or traffic to put a lap on them, sorry, should I say. They've also got a battle behind as well, as Aggie Motorsports are trying to catch up to this battle, and well, Berlin Sim Sport holding on to that 4th place for the time being in your GTC field. Coming into Priory, the left-hander, then Brooklands, another left-hander. Maybe just trail brake a little bit into that one, hold that inside line, then Luffield, this long right-handed corner at Luffield. Important to get your application of the power okay on the exit of that, and I tell you what, Lowy Racing did not get that. They're now coming into the clutches of Aggie Motorsports. Steve Clays is looking, and he's thinking about making a move at some point, but we've got some prototyping GT cars coming through to make moves on them, and hopefully that won't break up this battle, because this is an intriguing battle here at the moment. And well, that GT car, the Ford GT, trying to make its way through, and it's had to just slot in behind Lowy Racing there, Alvin. Oh, and they're still having to be patient there on the exit of Chapel, and that's going to bring Aggie Racing right into this now.
It's gonna bring it in indeed, but you also you have to say hats off to the GTE cars, showing that patience, respecting the fact that they, that the number 194, he is in a battle, and trying to respect that fact that they also have to give the space and also have to be patient if they want to overtake him.
Yep, certainly do. And well, we're heading towards the closing stages of this race. Under 40 minutes remaining in this one. These guys still battling it out, and that Lowy Racing car all over the curb, then all over the grass as well, as they've got a prototype just flying by down the outside of them, and that will be GT Temple Racing, our race leader, having to get by those two. So these battles going on. Oh, now Lowy Racing have got Aggie Motorsports right there with them. Through the right-hander, Field on the exit. And still the side-by-side here going towards Cops Corner, onto the brakes. Great racing from these Porsches. We saw great racing from Porsches earlier on today, and these guys are showing us it in an endurance race here. Through Maggots into Beckett's, and that's going to be a move side by side. Through goes Aggie Motorsports. Great move there from Steve Clays. It's not done yet because Lowy Racing now will have that slipstream all the way down the Hangar Straight.
We'll definitely had that slipstream, but a fantastic move there by Aggie Motorsports, the number 127, being driven by Steve Clays, if I'm not mistaken, yes, Steve Clay. So now trying to set up the pursuit of the number 194 Berlin Setford. It's gonna be a little bit tough now. Lots of traffic coming just right behind them.
Certainly, absolutely. Traffic coming through Top Freak Racing is one of those. And another one of those is the Racing Community.de car as well. But GT cars are mixed in with them, and this battle is just separated out a little bit here. And towards the end of the race, NAB Racing, they've been on pit road for quite a while, over a minute now, so obviously having to take repairs for this final pit stop of theirs. Now, Blackadder Motorsports in the lead of your GT field, 25 laps under their belts at the moment. They're always a pit stop, aren't they, Alvin?
Yeah, pretty much everybody, yes. Everybody that hasn't come within the last 50-55 minutes definitely have to come into the pits one more time. The number 194 Berlin Sensport coming into the pits from that battle from P4, so that pretty much gets to promote number 1 to 3. In fact, I think P3 also is into the pits as well, so Lowy Racing right now into P3 temporarily.
Yeah, GTN Racing have had their final pit stop, and well, that's promoted Lowy Racing and Aggie Motorsports up to 3rd and 4th in class in GTC. 19 laps on their run though, their stint, and SimRC.de Kiwi in the lead of GTC also 19 laps on their stint, so I would imagine they're going to have one more pit stop. Really, the guys that are owing this pit stops then in this race is GT Temple Racing, your race leader. They are on lap 34 of their current stint, and they should be coming onto the pit road sooner rather than later. Second place also Fusion Racing, Neil Andrews back behind the wheel of that car. You would imagine 21 laps on this stint, but they would owe us another pit stop as well. In the GT field, Blackadder Motorsports 26 laps on their stint. They should be coming in sooner rather than later. So too should both the SimRC.de cars, Strawberry and Melon, 21 laps on their stint. So they should be coming in your GTC field. Like I say, SimRC.de Kiwi, you would imagine will be coming in before the end of the race. So too will be Lowy Racing and Aggie Motorsports here. So those are the ones that are currently in contention at the front moment, Alvin. Really, with those pit stops, we're not going to be seeing this until we're not really going to know what's going on here until the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, pretty much a strategy being all over the place. One thing I can say for sure, the number 76 SimRC.de Lemon in the GTC class, they are pretty much in the driver's seat, because the gap right now from them to P1 is only just under 2 seconds. So SimRC.de Lemon is sitting really strong here for the win today in the GTC class. The GTE class, well, that's a little bit more in the air in terms of strategy. It kind of looks like, as it stands right now, the Delta 49 Motorsports are maybe getting out with the race win here today, as things stand by once the top 3 come into the pits. Lead here, well, it's been Cinematech Esports pretty much for most of the race. So, and well, yeah, leader coming into the pits as well, just after doing 35 laps in their stint. So once Fusion Racing comes into the pits, that should hand over the lead of this race in the prototype class to Cinematech Esports number 2.
And well, it's Cinematech Esports number 2 that won last time out as well. Fusion Racing finished second at Sebring. Whole 6-hour race was that. And those guys once again showing their credentials here today in this race. And well, here we go then. GT Temple actually coming out of pit road. This is going to be quite close for second place. And do you know what? I think they've got the jump here on Simitok. They have. They're up into second place, possibly, considering that Fusion Racing owes pit stop here, we believe. That could possibly be the race lead here. So, yeah, those guys, we've got a car off at the exit of Chapel, and that's WR Racing B. We've just had a nightmare of a race here today, but that race lead at the moment, that's going to be an interesting one. There's only a second between second and third place at the moment, and we imagine that Fusion are going to come onto pit road. So, Alvin, this one's suddenly got a bit interesting, and also the GTE class, your race lead battle is under a second as well in that one.
It certainly is, although we also have to know that that battle in the for the lead of the GT class, they pretty much owe us a pit stop yet. So so the question is for those two where they will go once they are out of the pits. But absolutely, I gotta say that pit stop from the number 5 GT Temple Racing was really surprising. They were able to get out in front of the Simitok Esport number 2.
Oh dear. NAB, sorry to cut off there, Alvin. NAB Racing, they've lost it through Cop's Corner, gone across the grass there, and you know what? They've just avoided the barrier there, but not been a good day for NAB Racing. Sorry to cut you off there, Alvin.
Yeah, that's cool, but you know, now it becomes really interesting because the last pit stops, GT Temple Racing, they did a 24.1 in their pit stop versus the 30.8 for the number 2 Simitok Esports. Number 1 Simitok Esports, though, running only 5 seconds behind this battle for what will be essentially your lead battle, and they have been they have been chopping time here and there. So I'm pretty sure that's just give it a couple of laps, and this will become a 3-way battle for what will be potentially the overall win.
Well, I'll tell you what, we could have something interesting happen here, because I believe we've got some technical problems with SimRC.de Mellon, and Patrick Christoph Moser could possibly be out of this race. Absolute disaster if that happens. Race lead for GT class has gone then. SimRC.de Mellon, Strawberry have made that lead move, of course, as I say, owing as a pit stop there. And that means they've now moved ahead. But it's crucial, really, because if they're both over pit stop, they want to get in front and try and get in front on track to then possibly have that track position when they're coming for the pit stop. We've got TNT Racing Gold and Delta 49 Motorsports, the number 47 car, battling for position in GT field as well. And that is over third place in TNT Racing Gold. Running wide through Beckett's there. That's going to allow the 49 Motorsports car to get alongside that Ford GT car. And through he goes again. So third place is not over yet for this battle in your GT field. Heading down the inside towards that Stowe corner. They're still going side by side, these two, battling away. And well, 49 Motorsports, that number 47 car, able to get ahead, and they'll be hoping to stay ahead there, Alvin.
Hoping to stay ahead, and oh no, I think we have a spinner here, GT Temple Racing. I think they just spun on track, but able to, able to save it, but really interesting moment there.
Yeah, certainly, and around they go then at Club Corner, and that was a battle. That was potentially an issue for your race lead. So I know that Fusion Racing are in the lead at the moment, but definitely GT Temple Racing will not be happy about that at all, and they'll be wanting to. Alex Sturm will be furious there, and he'll be kicking himself for making that mistake.
Definitely, that is the last thing they wanted. You know, they did all the job that they had to do coming in front of Simitok Esports, and now to throw it all away and just a mistake like that, you know, that is the last thing that you really wanted to happen. Now, looking at at the battles here in the GTE class between the 47 and the number 7, the TNT Racing Gold and the Delta 49 Motorsport. Really interesting battle because this could be the battle for the lead once MRC.de Strawberry and Blackadder Motorsports comes into the pits. But it is still not guaranteed that they will be in the running for the win, because we saw what happened with GT Temple in the prototype class, and the same thing could happen in the GTE class, because the more time goes by, that means the less fuel MRC.de Strawberry and Blackadder Motorsports will need, and the advantage right now to the number 47, it's just under 40 seconds.
Absolutely it is, and yeah, this is going to be intriguing finish to the race. Under 27 minutes remaining in this one, and well, it's just been an intriguing race as this one, a race of drama, a race of action, as the two GT cars battling it out for third place go either side of a GTC car, and TNT Racing Gold Paul Darling moves back in front then up into that third place in class. The thing is, while these two are battling it out here, they could be potentially slowing themselves down, and that could be giving the likes of SimRC.de Strawberry and Blackadder Motorsports more opportunities to pull out of that little bit of a gap, so that when they do come in for their pit stop here, Alvin, that they'll get the jump there.
And they could be getting the jump. The advantage right now, it went all the way back to 40 seconds. Now it's going back to 39.5 seconds between the number 7 and your GTE leader. So yeah, the last thing they want to do is battling right now. Yes, they want to position themselves, because this could be pretty much the race for the win. True, but they also have to take into consideration, like you just mentioned, Paul, if you keep battling, you're giving that little bit of an advantage to SimRC.de Strawberry, and the more time it goes by, the less time SimRC.de Strawberry will have to be into the pit. So now we may be looking into a pit delta of around 37 to 39 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really getting close here between these two. These two are definitely working hard to get to the end of this race, and well, there was only, what, 4 laps between them in terms of pit stops for the 7 and the 47. And they go across the line now. 0.8 of a second between them. Last lap. Oh, we've got a spinner at Club Corner. Number 51, Scudrian Lutschleifer. He's had an issue. He's off track.
Also had a spinner at with the number 87, Berlin Sanford, coming out of Chapel.
Yeah, so a couple of issues there. On track, keeping it green though. That's the crucial thing here. We want to have it green all the way to the end. We don't want the we don't want to have issues and shenanigans affecting the race result. We want to see this result fought out on track. And right now, the race lead, it's still just to give you a rundown of the top guys. Fusion Racing in the lead of this one, and well, they are 21 seconds ahead of Simitok Esport in second place. Third place is Simitok Esport, the number 1 car, but remember, Fusion Racing do owe us a final pit stop here, and they're leaving it quite late to do that one as well. I think they're hoping for a safety car to possibly happen there. Fourth place is GT Temple Racing after that mistake at Club Corner, and well, they are winning that fourth place, 9 seconds behind the Simitok cars. Fifth place, German SimRacing.de, number 72, with sixth place, RacingCommunity.de Water. Seventh, Unicorn Endurance with Blackadder Motorsports, the 169 in 8th place. In your GT field, this is the battles that we've been concentrating on. SimRC.de Strawberry in the lead of that one, ahead of Blackadder Motorsports by well, about 3 seconds there, but they both owe us a pit stop. Third place in class is TNT Racing Gold. We believe that they're good to go to the end now, and they're battling away, or have been battling away, with the Ford Delta 49 Motorsports car. The number 47 has dropped back a little bit, about 2.5 seconds now in that one. Fusion Blacker in 5th with Peter Smith behind the wheel, with the German SimRacing.de car in 6th place. 7th, the Apex Racing Group Red, and 8th place Blackadder Motorsports, the 166. As Blackadder Motorsports, the 66 car, so from 2nd place in your GT field, they're at the pit road now. This is their final pit stop. How long will it be? We'll have to wait and see, because it'll give us an indication of what SimRC.de Strawberry can do in that one. And away they go, 15 seconds pit stop. And you know what? TNT Racing Gold aren't even out the final corner yet. So they're going to come through over the pit lane exit line now. And they're away out of pit exit, just as TNT Racing Gold come through turn number 1. So SimRC.de Strawberry, you would feel, are going to feel confident of a potential first place here in class. Just looking down at the GTC field, by the way, SimRC.de Kiwi, they're in the lead of this one, but I believe they owe us a pit stop there, and they are 1.3 seconds ahead of their teammates in the SimRC.de Lemon car. 3rd place is Aggie Motorsport Steve Clays, but we believe he owes us a pit stop as well. Top Freak Racing Radio, David Barrowclaw in 4th, with Louis Racing 5th, but again, I think they owe us a pit stop as a GTC car goes off at Stowe Corner. Who was that? That was the Berlin Simsport, Robert Eriksson. The 196 is further down the order, and well, he got a little help, I think, from behind, went off onto the grass and into the barrier. He's able to keep going here, but that certainly won't be helping him here in this one. So we've got to Louis Racing, who say, like I say, Nico was a pit stop. GTN Racing in 6th, with Berlin Sim Sports and 194 in 7th, and War Dogs rounding out the top 8 in your GTC field. But that it was really interesting though, Alvin, with the pit stops. The number 66 now 4.7 seconds ahead of TNT Racing Gold.
4.4 seconds, and I think this will definitely give a confidence boost to the number 77 SimRC.de Strawberry, with a gap of just over 37 seconds over Blackadder Motorsport. So definitely SimRC.de Strawberry, they are sitting on the driver's seat right now. They just need to remember, once they come into the pits, come in, make sure no speeding. That is the last thing you want in here. Put just the fuel that you need, and that's the only thing they have to do.
Would you be thinking, get the pit stop out of the way now? You've seen what's happened with 2nd place, and you feel that you're confident that you can get that pit stop done quicker, or do you wait as long as possible?
Perhaps you can wait as long as possible, because with the gap that they have right now, they can play that a little bit more. Perhaps they can squeeze one more lap, just saving a little bit of fuel here and there, and that will also mean they will spend less time into the pits. And considering how much time there is, just over 18 minutes to go, I think they kind of have the luxury of trying to decide when to come into the pits. Now, if I was them, I see all the traffic that they have to run into. Well, actually, never mind, I was looking at the wrong leader, but they really don't have that much traffic to deal with, to be honest, so they can just run it till the tank runs dry and then come into the pits.
They could do that. GTN Racing, by the way, they are pretty much our closest battle on track. They're half a second behind Louis Racing. As we say, GTN have had their final pit stop. We don't believe that Louis Racing have had their final pit stop here, so they could possibly be doing it. And well, oh, that's a big incident there. That's one of the 49 Motorsports car. And that was that was the guy who was fighting for that third place at TNT Racing Gold. That's Humberto Roca. Back up and running now, right in front of a gaggle of cars. But big instant for him, getting involved with one of your GTC class cars. And that was G&T Racing.
Yeah, that's pretty much the last thing they wanted to do. You know, we're pretty much in the closing stages of this race. They were running on a solid P4 at the moment, and you know, getting tangled with that GTC car, which they were in a battle for position. So, you know, really unfortunate for Humberto Roca what happened to him.
Oh, actually, I'll correct myself. It was actually, I believe, the Lowy Racing car they made contact with, not the GTN car. So I do apologise, GTN. That was my mistake there. And well, here we go into the complex, and this battle's still going on between the 1, 2, 3 and the 36 car. These two going at it, and there's still not any pit stoppers. Fusion, that's it, Fusion Racing, they're onto pit road. So 22 is finally onto pit road. He had a 22-second lead over Simotok Esport number 2 car, and that number 22 car has got a long way to go down pit road before we see how long his pit stop is going to be. It won't be that long here, it's just going to be fuel. He's positioned his car pointing at the pit exit, but here comes Simotok number 2 to take over that race lead. It was as we expected, really. What will happen with second place though? Will they get out in front? Fusion, it's going to be close here. Fusion Racing getting out of pit road. They've got the number 1 car coming up behind them in towards Maggots, and that is going to be Fusion Racing just staying ahead for the time being here, Alvin. But this is going to be a tight battle as Dustin Hickman, the number 77 car from your lead of your GT field, they're onto pit road for the final time. It's only going to be a short pit stop. We'll see where they come out in a second. In fact, 11.5 seconds. That is a lightning fast pit stop for fuel there. They should comfortably, you would imagine, come out ahead of Blackadder Motorsports. In fact, they're back up to pace now, and yeah, they are clear. But that battle for second place then in your race, Fusion Racing, Neil Andrews has done a fantastic job to get them into that place along with his teammates, but now they've got to keep it there.
And that is the hard part, and that is pretty much the only task that Neil Andrews will have to do throughout all the way to the checker flag. Make sure that he keeps the car clean. There's a lot of traffic that they will have to deal with, and Julian Rivolo, he has been pretty much contending for the win here today. They won't be, so this is pretty much a battle for P2. Not that P3 is really a bad position to finish it. Oh my god, and they almost got collected by that Porsche that got a little bit too, let's say, almost go into the wall. So there's all sorts of crazy going here with the number 1.
Oh, and they're frustrated now, and now there's not been enough of GTC car, and around they go. Simotok Esports number 1 is around. Where's GT Temple? Alex Sturm's coming round. Turn number 1 now at Cops Corner. He's catching up there to that. Oh my goodness, that's going to be third place gone now for Simotok Esports number 1. He will be absolutely livid in that car, Alvin.
And I'm pretty sure he is not really happy. All sorts of words. I'm pretty sure that they are being blattered throughout the team radio that perhaps won't even try to translate it in here. But for sure, for Julian Rivolo, from what could have seemed like a good battle for P2 and a 1-2 finish for Simotok Esports, now him here into P4, it's really unraveling for the number 1.
Okay, well, there we go. It's all gone wrong for him, and well, Julian Rubilo really struggled there, and he just got caught up behind that GTC car once, twice, and then a third time, and it was just so unlucky. That car lost control the first time, And then when he comes through, the car's staying right, but he's gone right. And it's a bit of indecision, and it's caused him to end up losing time, losing positions, and then he gets platted from behind. Around he goes, and well, these guys, they've been pushing all race, pushing their teammates all race as well. And well, when you consider that last time out at Silverstone, they were doing all right there, but it was the number 2 who got the win in that one. Heading towards the end of the race here, and just looking through your field, closest battle on track is still at GTN Lowy Racing Car battle, and they're still fighting it out there for 5th and 6th place in GTC field.
Yes, most of the battles here right now, they're pretty much starting to thin out. I guess pretty much most of the teams right now, after they are out of the last cycle of pit stops, they're pretty much realizing what's going on, and perhaps some of them just throwing the white flag and pretty much saying, okay, so I'm gonna stay here in this position. I think it is the safe thing for most of the teams here, that especially when there is a championship to win. We have a couple of battles here, like you mentioned, Paul. We got the number 123 and the number 36 here for what is P5 in the GTC class. So that is that is perhaps the closest battle that we have here in the GTC class. In the GTE class, we do have another battle. Well, it's not a battle. It's not a battle anymore, as German Sim Racing.de coming into the pit. Well, actually, I take that. I guess something really happened to them, because they're almost 2 minutes into the pit, so that will be pretty much a race over for them. But closest battle that we have here in the GTE field is between the number 33 and the number 166, the Apex Racing Group GT Red, and the Blackadder Motorsports number 166 for P number 6.
I'd tell you what's getting close as well. Position number 4 and Simotok, they must have some damage on that car from that contact at Cop's Corner, because German SimRacing.de number 72 has caught right up to them. Less than a 1/10 of a second between them here as they go through Cop's Club Corner. See the bent rear wing on that car, and they are struggling here with top speed and with grip, and it's going to go side by side in towards bridge. Will they go around the outside? And the answer is yes, they will. German SimRacing.de through, as we've got a car off at Priory, and that's Blackadder Motorsports, the 167 car, the last of the lead runners really in your GT field. But yeah, Simotok Esport, they won't be happy, and I'm sure they'll have asked the race stewards to have a look at that one. That instant they got caught up in, but nothing really that those GTC field cars could do. But wow, they're dropping down from what was looking like it was going to be a 1-2. They're down to 5th place. Luckily, they've got a minute between them and 6th place now, so they can just bring that car home. We're under 10 minutes to go here in this 4 hours of Silverstone in the DGFX Endurance Series. And well, just to remind you that this is brought to you by iRacing Live and RacespotTV, and it's also series sponsors DIYsim.com, Simcraft company. DIYsim.com is your go-to source for all of your sim racing pedals, motion system, motion chassis kit needs. The next evolution of Make It Amazing and Attainable, establishing the sole marketplace for results and of these two purchases. It combines enthusiasts and DIY types with the most versatile and technically accurate motion simulation technology ever created. And also don't forget that this is also brought to you, the series is brought to you by My Opinion and Therefore Fact Racing Podcast. A couple of race fans presenting opinion as fact. F1 and NASCAR with a bit of iRacing added for good measure. Visit motf.com for more information. That's MOATF.com. Check those guys out on that one. But well, here we are then. last 8 minutes of this race, Alvin. It's been a drama-filled race, but been a really it's been a race of attrition, really, if we're honest.
A race of attrition indeed, and for the #1 Simatalk Esports running with that damage, it's been something that they have to pretty much now come into damage control mode. But someone that is not in damage control mode and trying to race to get a better position, the #1 away in the number 51 for P11 in your prototype class.
They certainly are. 11th and 12th place. Well, the 51 car just dropping back a little bit there through that section of the course. So NAB really trying to get the hammer down. And, well, they've now got 2 seconds over Scuderia and Nordschleifer as they go through the final corners here. NAB hammer down, trying to get through on some of these cars, in which they do. But it's at lap traffic. It's been in effect. You would have thought, Alvin, with this track, Silverstone, it's a wide track. It's a Formula 1 track. And yet, somehow, everybody seemed to have got together with each other on this track.
Well, it is a wide track, that is for sure. But what makes it a bit more complicated than that is just that the corners here are so high speed that there's pretty much just one racing line going into most of these turns. And here, So, as a result, especially for the prototypes, it's pretty much you try to go full throttle, but for the GTEs and GTCs, once they commit to that, and they're pretty much really committed. There's not much that they can do in terms of trying to change lanes or anything. So for the prototypes, it makes it a lot more complicated to try to go around GTE and GTC traffic.
We've got a battle actually for the final position on the podium in your prototype class. GT Temple Racing and German SimRacing.de. They've got within half a second of each other. They've got prototypes ahead, but they're flat traffic. This is going to be an interesting one as they head towards Abbey. They've got traffic that they're gaining on as well. And heading into the final 5 minutes, this could be a crucial battle here. German SimRacing.de, we saw they went around the outside of Bridge Corner on the Simatalk eSport car, and were able to make that move done. Okay, that was the car that had a little bit of damage. These two cars now, getting stuck up behind that GTC car on the exit of Lowfield, heading towards Woodcote once again. Across the line they go, and these two, they're battling it out. Do you know what? They're going defensive early. GT Tempo Racing, I don't think they were going to try and make the move there with German Sim Racing. Look at this traffic that they've come up to now. It's blocking the track. They've got nowhere to go. What do? Left, right, they're looking around the outside of that GTC traffic. Down the inside and contact! German SimRacing.de make contact with that GTC car. Through Beckett's. Well, I'm sorry, but that Berlin SimSport car, I don't think he was at fault. I think that was just coming together, and that German SimRacing.de car being a little bit too impatient, trying to keep with that third place driver there, Alvin.
They certainly were for Berlin Sims. Definitely nothing to do there. They're pretty much following the racing line, but that battle for P3 was really heating up, and when you saw all the traffic that they will have to contend with, but GT Tempo, trying to keep cool, calm, and collected. It showed they're able now to run P3, and this should be pretty much for them. This should seal the deal when it comes to P3.
Yeah, we've had the replay up on the screen, so you saw what happened there from on board, and it was. It's a tough one, actually, to be fair. They would have been blind to that car, so really more of a racing incident rather than anyone particular at fault. But you've got to imagine that they're going to turn in, but never mind, this is how it is. So with 3 minutes remaining in this one, and this Simatalk eSport #2 car in the lead of this one, 12 seconds ahead of Fusion Racing in second. Third place, GT Temple Racing out Sturm. Good race from them. Fourth place, German SimRacing.de. With fifth place, the Simmertalk Esport number 1 car in the GT clear field. It is Simra RC.DE Strawberry, Justin Hickman in the lead of this one by 10 seconds ahead of Blackadder Motorsports in second place with the 66 car. TNT Racing Gold, they're only 2 seconds behind in third place. You can still sniff a podium, a second step of the podium here, but well, not so much. Fourth place in Class Fusion, Blackwood Peter Smith. Fifth place is Delta 49 Motorsports, number 47. And in your GTC field, we have got SimRC.de 11, 21 seconds ahead of SimRC.de Kiwi. It's going to be a 1-2 for them in that category, you would imagine. Third place is Top Freak Racing Radio with David Barraclough. Fourth place GTN Racing, and fifth place Aggie Motorsports. And showed so much promise at the start of this one, it just hasn't quite worked out for them. Blackadder Motorsports, the 166 and the 33, and well, we've got some interesting news here, Alvin. I'll let you take it away.
Well, actually, it had to do with number 2 Simmertalk Esports. At first, it looked like they were gonna get a post-race 90-second stop and hold penalty, but Race Control just edited that decision for that penalty and decided to issue a warning for both cars. Wow. Dodged. I tell you what, that must have been the team manager quickly into Race Control saying, "Hey, now come on, guys, you know, let's not have this now." I mean, a 90-second penalty would have put them, what, a minute and a half down, so they would have been down into like 6th place, possibly. So yeah, far from ideal with that one, but luckily for them, it did get rescinded there. They would breathe a sigh of relief. Well, in the last they would have gone all the way to P9 if that was going to hold.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, we're on to the last lap then. They've just gone across the line with 35 seconds remaining in this one. And Simmertalk Esport number 2, they've pretty much done what they needed to do here in this one. And that is get the job done, hit the marks, hit their fuel numbers as well, because that's the crucial thing in a race like this, getting your fuel numbers. And they ended up at the front here as they headed into Stowe. Good race from them. 2 from 2 here, Alvin, possibly, as we head in towards the end of this race.
2 for 2 for sure, and for Simmertalk Esports.
Oh no! Big incident! 66 car, Blackadder Motorsports, they were third place in your GT field. They were putting a lap on a car, on a GTC car, around they've gone, and they made contact with that GTC car. Now that GTC car was Steve Clear's Aggie Motorsports. They are 5th place. They haven't lost the place there, thankfully. But wow, big drama there at the end of this race. Speaking of the end of the race here, Simmertalk number 2, getting a bit sideways through that final corner, is going to end up taking this race win here in round number 2 of the DGFX Endurance Series Season 5, the 4 Hours of Silverstone. Great win there from your number 2. And well, looking further down, your GT class leader is coming through Brooklands into Luffield, and well, it's just going to be one more corner for him. And great work from Justin Hickman. SimRC.de Strawberry will take your GT class victory here in this race. Great result for them in that one. Looking further down, the GTC leaders, well, they've still got about a third of the lap to go. And well, SimRC.de, the GT classes, they've won the GT class. GTC, it could possibly be a 1-2 here. All they've got to do is go through some final corners here. It's the last section to go through the complex, through Bridge Corner, into Priory, and they can taste the victory here. And wow, this is it. Through the final corner then they will go, the final proper corner here. at Lovefield, because Woodcote is a flat-out corner in pretty much every car you have. Well, Christian Cook in the SimRC.de Lemon car across the line to take the win in your GTC category. Alvin, what a great race that was.
Yeah, definitely a great race that we saw in here today. But also having race control here, talking to everybody and telling them that there's gonna be some conversations going on in the next couple of weeks, because I'm pretty sure race control was not really happy with the driving standards that we saw here today. Regardless, we got to the checker flag. So congratulations to all the winners and podium finishers.
Well, let's take you through then your final results here in this one. And it is Simmertalk Esport number 2 who win this one. 15.5 seconds ahead of Fusion Racing in second place, with GT Tempo Racing number 5 in third place, able to hold on to that third place there. German Sim Racing.de in fourth, with Simmertalk Esport in fifth. Sixth place for the Racing Community.de water car, 1 lap down, so only 5 cars finishing on your lead lap. 7th for Unicorn Endurance with Blackadder Motorsports 169 in 8th. Pure Racing Team involved in several things in that race in 9th place in NAB, rounding out your top 10. The rest of your prototype class, you have got 4X Racing in 11th, Scuderia Nordschleifer in 12th, WR Racing 13th with Blackadder Motorsports 14th in class. 15th in class is German SimRacing.de with the Roadmasters in 16th place. 17th for Racing Community.de Fire. And then the cars that pretty much had major issues here: Chaos Brigade, Team Vikings Monarch, Berlin Sim Sport, Talk Freak Racing Sunset, and Team ISDC Rig Share. That is your prototype class. Now into your GT class, and it's SimRC.de Strawberry who win this one. Second place is TNT Racing Gold with Fusion Black. In third place, Blackadder Motorsports in fourth, a class with Delta 49 Motorsports in fifth. The Apex Racing Group GT Red in 6th with Blackadder Motorsports in 7th. Delta 49 Motorsports, the number 49 car, in 8th place with F4H Motorsport 9th. SimRC.de Melon in 10th place with Samba Racing Team 11th. German Sim Racing.de 12th. That was the 82 car. The 111 German Sim Racing.de car in 13th. Bad Cactus Racing Blue in 14th. WR Racing B in 15th. They had a nightmare of a race there. 16th for Blackadder Motorsports, the 167. 17th for Team Vikings Midgard. 18th for Graphite Racing GTE. 19th for P1 Sim Racing. Talk Freak Racing Corkscrew in 20th. And Bad Cactus Racing Red in 21st. And then in your GTC field, it is SimRC.de Strawberry who take this one ahead of TNT Racing Gold in second. Fusion Black in third place, rounding out your podium in GTC. Blackadder Motorsports 4th with V Apex Racing Group GT Red in 5th. Blackadder Motorsports in 6th with F4H Motorsports 7th. SimRC.de Melon in 8th with Samba Racing Team in 9th. And then the 82 car of German Sim Racing.de in 10th place. 11th is the 111 car. In fact, no, I'm completely reading the wrong ones there. That tells you what a day it's been today. We've been having issues all along. Right, GTC, we've got it now. It's up on screen. SimRC.de Lemon ended up winning that one ahead of SimRC.de Kiwi. Talk Freak Racing Radion in third place with GTN Racing in fourth. Aggie Motorsports 5th with Lowy Racing in 6th. Berlin Sim Sport in 7th. Aggie Motorsports Blue in 8th. Wardogs 9th, with Brabham Racing Academy in 10th place. Pellegrin Racing in 11th. The two Berlin Sim Spots of 87 and 196 in 12th and 13th. Brabham Racing 13 in 14th place. Better Cactus Racing, Race for Cat Mode Sport Red, and German SimRacing.de, the number 25, the last of your GTC field. What we'll do then is we will take a quick commercial break. Hopefully my voice can come back for that time. You've been watching the round 2 of the DGFX Endurance Series here, the 4 hours of Silverstone on iRacing Live with RacespotTV. Don't go anywhere, it's the post-race show right after these short messages.
Hi guys, I'm Scott Speed, driver of this amazing Volkswagen Beetle GRC car. And I got good news for the iRacing fam. We got this coming in. I'm currently working on it myself personally to make sure that it is as accurate as possible. With the addition of dirt and now this mean car, it is gonna be so fun. And it's gonna be available free to all the iRacing members. Personally, I can't wait to get out there and race you guys on it.
Welcome to the post-race show here on iRacing Live with RacespotTV. It is the 4 hours of Silverstone we've just seen there in the DGFX Racing Endurance Series round number 2, and what a race we have seen there today, Alvin. It's been intense, shall we say.
Definitely a very intense race for everybody here, you know, from the drop on the green flag. We knew that this was going to be a very chaotic race with the high-speed nature of Silverstone Classic here, and that's pretty much what we saw in here today. Regardless, well, we got all the way to the end of the 4 hours. Fortunately, we got to the end of the checker flag, and I think even throughout this, what we could say a war zone in a little bit, I think we got the winners of the GTC class with us.
Yeah, if you want to take that away, then Alvin will bring him in and take it away, Alvin.
Yes, absolutely. So for Christian Koch and the Simmercita de Lemon, the winners of the GTC class in here today. So, Christian, I have to say, this race was really difficult for everybody. But I have to say, especially on the GTC class, it seemed like a battlefield out there.
Yeah, hello guys. Thanks for having me. The race today was quite difficult. Yes, I think that's due to the fast corners, and also you have a lot of space. So situations open up where you have a 3 wide or something, and you don't know as a Porsche where the guys are going. Are they going right or left side? So that was quite difficult, and we tried to do our spotting job as good as we could. Yeah, we had 2 contacts as well, but thankfully we hadn't any issues with that after that. So the car was not broken or something.
Yeah, it certainly was that for sure. And you have, so you know, for the whole race for your team, in terms of the strategy that you guys have to play with, because you know, there were so many things going on, especially with the full course yellow. During that first like hour and a half, we saw some teams that were able to go all the way to 90 minutes in their stint. So for your team, what was the, once you saw those full course yellows coming by, how did the strategy started changing?
Yeah, it was actually we had a plan for the start of the race, and with the development of so many cautions at the beginning, I think our first stint was about 90 minutes, right? And or was it 80, 85? I don't know. I think we didn't pit in any of the cautions, which was strange. And or maybe we did one, I don't know. But at the end, we really focused on minimizing our pit stops and pit stop time. It played out at the end. It played out quite good. But it was at the time in the middle of the race, we had to calculate some things, and was quite difficult to decide what to do next.
Yeah, it certainly, you know, with all the strategy that was playing throughout this race, I'm pretty sure this was a kind of like a difficult race, trying to see when was the best time to come into the pits and do the service that you need to do. But regardless, you got the win in. So now comes the next race. We went through North America. This race we did in Europe, and now we go all the way down under for the next race at Phillip Island. For your team, what are your expectations?
I won't drive in, I think Phillip Island, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I won't be there, unfortunately, but my colleagues will do the job, I hope, quite well. And congrats to our strawberry team as well for Phillip Island. Yeah, I think it's more clear where the cars will go in Phillip Island and how to handle traffic, because the track is a little bit smaller, I think, and so it should be quite clear what to do in traffic. That was the issue today, my opinion. I don't know, but it won't be such. It won't be that. Yeah. Battlefield like today.
Yeah, it certainly will be a really interesting race there at Phillip Island. And also, you know, I have to say an even better finish from your team, considering what happened on the last round at Sebring, especially during that last lap. But you know what? Regardless, congratulations to SimRC.de on a fantastic finish in the GTC and the GTE class. So before we let you go, is there anybody you would like to thank?
Yeah, our sponsors, of course, Asha Racing, and yeah, all other guys who had a lot of fun today, and yeah, have a good time. See you guys.
All right, thank you very much, Christian Koch. So that was the winning SimRC.de Lemon in the GTC class. So with that, think that's all what we have in here for today, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. So well done. And the next round, of course, will be at Phillip Island, and that surely is going to be an interesting race. Let's just say it like that. But well, congratulations to everyone who took a race win and finished this one. And let's not forget also our thoughts with everyone who knew Andy Morgan, and also his family and friends. Deepest condolences to everyone, and let's hopefully pull through this, and we could keep on racing in his memory. But until next time, it's a goodbye from everyone here at RacespotTV and iRacing Live.